Let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rise of Valor, an official Valorant Ignition series presented to you by, of course, Fortress Melbourne. We're excited to bring you this $70,000 tournament powered by Alienware. My name is Xenox, and again, joining me here today is Guz for the last chance qualifiers. One last big day to go, Guz, and then we've got our final four teams.
Yep, it's a little bit of an endurance run, but good to be back, and I'm sure the matches this afternoon will be tight like they were yesterday.
Rise of Valor, of course, started off with 455 teams competing. We are now down to 14 teams. Of course, 2 teams were eliminated yesterday in the playing stage. Stage 2 teams then also made it over to the finals, which was ExoClan and Team Launch. But of course, there will only be one champion. $70,000 worth of prizes for players, including a cash prize pool of $15,000 and 200 Alienware peripherals and 100 Alienware peripherals as well, worth $30,000 for you guys at home, the spectators. More on how to win the spectator prizes later on. But of course, guys, today the last chance qualifiers. Well, we said goodbye to 2 teams yesterday. We're going to be saying goodbye to a lot more today.
That's exactly right. It's the last chance, as you mentioned, for these teams to make it into the finals and join Launch and EXO in the final 4. So they're going to be battling it out really hard. But again, it's a long 2 days really for these teams. So it's going to be really a battle of endurance and who can sort of keep their mental fortitude nice and strong, because it is really long days.
Now, of course, if you guys aren't aware about the specifics of Fortress Melbourne are the tournament operators for Rise of Valor. And if you don't know, it's a 2-story entertainment complex for gamers with a capacity of 1,000 people. The ground level of the sports and the sports bar and the Alienware Arena with the 200-seat grandstand. 12-player PCs as well on stage and a 392-inch LED screen. Now, on the basement level, you've got the Medieval Tavern, which is, of course, a fully licensed restaurant and bar. Next to that, you've got the 56 PC lounge, 4 dedicated streamer pods, a private function space, and then you got the hall and the public arcade alley as well. So everything that you would need or desire out in the gamer world. Unfortunately, though, of course, Fortress Melbourne is currently closed, but follow at Fortress Melbourne socials for reopening updates in the near future. Now, let's get moving on to the last chance qualifier information. 12 teams playing today. Of course, they did play yesterday in the playing stage, but were unsuccessful in moving forward. Fortunately, though, they weren't the first 2 teams to be eliminated, so they are back today. 4 teams qualified through having the most points as well in the open qualifiers. So this was Tilted, Fury, Appy Yip Yip, and Kraken Esports Club. So we've got a couple of teams injected into the last chance qualifiers as well, guys.
That's exactly right. A lot of teams really to keep track of, but that's the nature and the beauty really of these open qualifier tournaments. A lot to keep track of. In terms of, I guess, just spitballing early, what we're expecting and what teams are expecting to get through the finals, that's really anyone's game. But of course, the teams that got really close yesterday are probably the ones to be keeping an eye out for.
Definitely agree with you there. Let's go and have a look at the bracket for today's matches, the last chance qualifier, which of course will be pretty similar to the bracket we had for the play-in stage, pretty much the exact same format. Ground Zero versus Pants Down early on. Appy Yip Yip getting involved against Rip and Tear, team to look out for. No Tick, Direwolves, who just barely scraped by in the play-in stage, almost went out through the elimination bracket. Now, only 2 teams will, of course, advance to the finals from today's bracket. 1 on the upper bracket, which is the upper finals, and then 1 from the lower final. Now, first matchup today is going to be Direwolves versus No Tick. But also, thing to note as well, guys, from today compared to yesterday is there is extra prize money up for grabs. Of course, 3rd to 8th today will be walking home with some money. 3rd gets 600, 4th gets 400, 5 to 6 gets 300, and 7 to 8 get 200 in this double elimination bracket. So there's a bit on the line here today in these last chance qualifiers. And as I said, we are going to be saying goodbye to quite a few teams.
Yeah, and exactly, that's exactly right. And I mean, it's important to remember that we're actually jumping into the second round. So the first round of games have actually already been played or are being played, hence why the full bracket hadn't been generated as of yet. So these teams have already done well enough to make it this far today, and they'll be looking to continue that run.
We're going to go and have a look at the map picks. Of course, it is best of 1, not quite a best of 3 just yet. In terms of best of 3s and when that comes into effect, if you missed out from yesterday's stream, the upper bracket final and the lower bracket final will have our best of 3 series. Of course, for everything else, still best of 1. Haven's going to be banned out by No Tick. Direwolves are going to take out Bind. Split's gone, and we head to Ascent for this best of 1 between No Tick and Direwolves. No Tick are going to be attacking first. Direwolves will be defending first. And in terms of an update as to where these 2 teams have come from, in the opening upper round one matchups that did start off a couple of hours ago. Direwolves ended up beating McTeam. Notic ended up beating Fury. So Fury and McTeam go down to the lower bracket. And of course, we now follow Notic and Direwolves in this upper bracket quarterfinal. The winner of this will play either Rip and Tear or Appa Yip Yip.
Yeah, and looking into the map bans a little bit deeper, Direwolves yesterday, according to the history that I have here, didn't actually play Ascent at all. Compare that to Notic, who actually played it in their first two matchups. That was against Kanga Esports and Avant. They won that 13-6 and 13-7 respectively. So they're actually heading into this map with some decent form. But again, Direwolves, they haven't revealed anything. They also weren't on stream to reveal anything either. So that could be a little bit of a wild card heading into this one, and Notic might not know what to expect.
Well, no more dilly-dallying. Let's get into it. First match of the day. It is going to be another long day, but that's exciting. Means we've got a lot of games to get through, of course. Kickstarting it off with Notic versus Direwolves, which, guys, unfortunately for Direwolves, it hasn't been easy goings for this roster. Unfortunately, they have been struggling throughout many tournaments now. Notic, probably the favorite team here.
That's exactly right. But if there's any time for Direwolves to live up to the expectation, make a statement, of course, today, and of course, this match is really that time to get things going, get that ball rolling. Keen to see what they can bring to the table, as I mentioned. They didn't play it yesterday, but that may mean they have something hidden up their sleeves that they can bring.
Of course, best of one, though, so no room for mistakes. You lose this game, though, you at least still get to drop down to the lower bracket. At some point today, we will view a couple of games from the lower bracket later on, and those are going to be really heart-wrenching games to watch. A best of one tournament life on the line. In this case, you've at least still got one trick up your sleeve. Seiko and Kamzi, both from PUBG. You got Diggy Dog from Paladins. And there's always going to be that crossover from other titles, of course, especially the early days of Valorant. A push for the attacking Notic. Tack's going to watch Direwolves. Can't quite land the first headshot. Gets the second onto Pixel, though. Mons will get one onto Ninum. And Direwolves can just clean up easily onto that push from Notic.
Clean start. Only one member falls. I'm sure Direwolves will be happy to kick things off with a dub. Of course,
This is a nice spot.
they are on the attack. Many would say that the majority of maps lean, in most cases, to the defenders, albeit slightly. So to take that first round will be a nice positive boost. Notic now, of course, in this second round, on the pistols, we'll just be looking to disrupt as much as possible. Maybe try and find a pick or two. But we are expecting, of course, Direwolves to take it.
Definitely yesterday, we didn't see too many teams take the second round after losing the pistol round. I don't even know if we actually saw it at all, to be honest. Swell's going to get an easy one there onto Ninum. Run through market. But the second one here should win this exchange run down and Seiko. And Swell will finally end up winning that one. Tax will take out the last play with a bit of help from the side, and Digidon goes down 2-0.
Solid start, as we would expect after the first round. Notic now will be looking to switch things up as they head in towards the buy. We might see them go for a B push. Of course, on Ascent, mid-control, often critical, so probably see some utility placed around there as well. Big stack towards B there.
Cage triggered.
Instead, stacking towards B, going to push through B main. He's going to be watching this, but forced to fall back. Try and just spray through the wall. Does take more damage than was able to deal out. Peeky from Pixel. In fact, this is the first time we've seen Stage all weekend. At least on the stream. Pretty decent on Ascent, being able to just wall up and look through the window. Sign just going to keep watching B main, but you go already onto the site. Momentarily have a Drew to Ninum finds a frag, and it's 5-4 advantage for Notic here. Round they should be winning. Looks like they will be winning.
We're on 4 now. Sign picked one up with the operator. Diggy Dog is dropped as well. Not great here for Die Wolves. Noz inside of Market. Decides better of it. Try and find some exit frags. The nature of B, of course. That Notic will need to exit at some stage. Does pick up one.
One enemy
Making
remaining.
2. They do. It's not the worst result, but
Oh, third.
Noz needs to be mindful. Gets out. Okay, so not the worst result there. Getting some exit frags, but of course Divers would have liked to have taken the round. Just is the nature of Valorant. We've seen it in so many of the matches, at least yesterday, that third round going to the opposing team.
Yeah, 100%. It's become the normality. You lose pistol round, you win that third round. Typically, this is where we can see between the two teams start to really
Here.
weigh out when we got that even nature. Both teams can fall by, or just about fall by. Zika with half armor and Garmsy with half armor as well. But for the most part, they're going to be involved here. Ninim's got a sheriff too, so
Get out of my way.
for no tick, not quite the fall by they would like to have had compared here to Direwolves potentially. And it's going to be that B main push again. And with the Cypher, certainly can buy a lot of time. One trap wire that already has been taken out. One's over towards the mid, so they should be able to freely just push through now onto the B site. It's not like there's a killjoy or anything. The teleport from Diggy Dog, that's going to be right at the sidelines of right, but fortunately Kamsi was there with the wall bang.
Planted.
Now can get onto the site and get this spike down. Swirl watching from CT spawn alleyway as Pixel takes him out. And it's a 5v3 advantage for Notic, looking to tie this up 2-2.
Market control again for Dire Wolves. Assuming they'll do pretty similar strategy to the last round, trying to find these exit frags and not attempt to overwhelm site. That's such a disadvantage. Ninim though, ready and waiting with the Blade Storm, picks off one. It's a good result in the post plant. Might try and find a couple more and continue to drive Dire Wolves into a less than desirable position on this map. But it looks like Signed has escaped. The Omen as well. Dire Wolves forfeiting that round, but rightly so. And Notic aggressively trying to find those exit frags, are unable to. Scoreline will be 2 apiece.
Early days here. Hard to gauge too much where this is going to fall by the end of it. 2-2 early on. Pistol round went Dire Wolves. Of course, they won the second round after that. Since then, Notic have looked pretty good. Although finding frags has definitely been easier for Dire Wolves. Of course, that's the nature of defense on Ascent, though. Signed 7-0. Operator is getting a lot of use.
Cage triggered.
But the round wins in the last 2 games have gone the way of Notic. So you can save that operator all you like. But if you're not winning games, it's not going to do you a whole lot of good use. Rice again looking into B main. It's going to be where the push comes from Notic. A bit one-dimensional with these pushes in, but if they're going to work, why not? Keep trying it, right? Perfect flank on the Diggy Dog. And this has definitely slowed down this push from Notic a lot more than the last 2 rounds. Seiko just going to push in. We'll turn to the last second, though, and Rice is going to punish him. Noz gets Kamsi. And Notic probably just going to get punished here for another similar push through B main.
Pixel narrowly misses one through the smoke. Still trying to hunt it down. Needs to be mindful. So many members of Dire was up ready and waiting to try and take down the Sage. It's only a matter of time, inevitably, until it's refragged out, you would think. And there we go. Dire was now with the lead. And one thing really that we haven't mentioned yet is the fact that Notic are actually bringing the Sage to the board. I don't think we saw Sage at all yesterday from the matches that we got to see. They did in fact play Sage yesterday off stream. Both times they played Ascent, in fact. So something to keep in mind. Still willing to play her on this map.
Still 7-0 for Signed. Just wonder how long he's going to be able to keep this one up. Definitely not going to be peeking that one. Or Notic down mid against an operator. So they're trying to shake things up here. It's been 3 attempts down B main. Successful for 2 of them, but those were in rounds because I wasn't fully equipped. Tak's just going to have to relocate back to retreat. Paranoid to be thrown out. In fact, continue to just sit through a tree and maybe even elect to push through cubby again. Shock dart's going to be quite effective. Tax is low, but an immediate headshot. Diggy Dog opens it up, but again, this attack from Notic is just going to be pushed back and forced back. Switch over to the classic. Venom just jumps through the smoke. Nicely executed to at least make this a 3 versus 3. Pixel with the resurrection onto Seiko now makes it a 4 versus 3.
Take back now towards mid. Might go for a B execute. Could be the play as Direwolves aren't there, but Noz does cut off the first of those initial pushes. It does look like Notic will continue to commit though. Barrier orb up for Pixel. Can use that burst to find a pick onto Rice. Sage in full effect here, despite the nerf, of course. Market control now given to Notic as they make their way now in towards side. It's really up to Noz here to go big on that breach. Can flash out. But oh, he's already missed the 2 players that have made themselves known in towards side. It's only Sage left in towards Market that Noz can try and find to at least even out the man count. But with that spike planted, this is going to be a very challenging round.
Disadvantage here for Valour. Multiple angles that need to be checked to get the first one onto Pixel. Running out of time. Got to get moving now. Noz with a Vandal. Only 9 bullets. Not going to reload. I don't think he's going to need more than 9 though, because Sign is just cleaning up elsewhere. Takes out Calmsy, the final play for Notic. And a big turnaround for Direwolves in that round. They're being at a disadvantage and still coming out with the win. 4-2. They've looked pretty good here on Ascent.
Good retake there from Direwolves in the end. I definitely thought that once the spike got down and they were at that significant man disadvantage, that it would be challenging, and yes, it was, but they pulled it off, and both of them survived as well, which is of course the added bonus. They can carry these weapons now into the future rounds. Good start for Direwolves. I mean, of course, it's so early. It's so hard to call which way this is going to go. Of course, the switch of halves tends to give us a better indication as to where the teams will actually line up against one another. But compared to some of the results that Direwolves had, particularly yesterday when they struggled early on, at least it's a good sign that they're actually coming into today, starting off quite positively, and hopefully, at least for their sake, they can continue this run of confidence into the rest of the map. And then if they can carry that on to the rest of the day, that would serve them really well as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you mentioned sort of results for Direwolves just weren't that great yesterday. They probably haven't been great as a team for a while. And if they can just get, you know, a bit of confidence, that can probably be a difference maker for what is a pretty young team as well. So you get off to a good game and maybe you end up beating Notic, moving one forward, up a Yip Yip or Rip and Tear. Can they beat either of those two teams? At their best, probably, right? And then you win that. You're in the final where it's a best of 3. So maybe there is a path forward here for the likes of Direwolves, a team that has been struggling for results recently. But of course, I do expect Notic to get back into this one. Not like they're really far away either. It is only 4-2 at the moment on Ascent in this best of 1. We just took a quick pause there. We are back into the matchup between these two teams right away. And we'll see whether or not Notic can now sort of fight back. Because really, what? The first 2 rounds, Direwolves, and 2 to Notic. Now 2 again to Direwolves. That's been the play. 10 and Zip, though, still for Sign with the Operator. Not just being able to stay alive, but finding kills as well. Right now, though, Dicky Dog and Seiko both struggling for Notic.
Because we do know that the Jet Operator combo can be so deadly, so much maneuverability available to that agent. If the mechanical skill is there, it is a deadly combo. We're up to Notic to try and shut that down. Of course, it can be particularly difficult on the attack as you're trying to enter those lines of sight, particularly long lines of sight, against the Operator. They'll have to use utility to try and clear the way, or even try and flash their opponents, but without a Phoenix on the board or a breach, that will be quite challenging. But Nin does get the first pick. Man add now to Notic.
Signed again. Right now, just no one from Notic is able to shut Signed down, even with Notic having these advantages in terms of players alive. They just cannot win these battles. 3 versus 4. Spike down over at Generator. Notic trying to just cover as many entryways as possible. Oh, it's going to take out the draw and treat. There's over 1 in hell. Ninim's going to get the headshot onto the Noz. Rice trying to get involved too, but Ninim's going to find a 4K. Sign, what do? Do you keep the streak alive? That's going to be a yes.
Ooh. Sign narrowly misses that shot.
Oh no!
Unable to find it, and that's actually the ace going to Ninim to things off and kick off some momentum building for No Tick. Good round from then, able to get themselves in towards the site. That heaven control from the defense not proving to be as effective as I think they were relying upon. Nonetheless, a great round from Ninum. Now has their ult as well, so that could be quite deadly.
We will reveal their secrets.
Joke's over. You're dead.
When it rains, it pours for Signed. Took 7 rounds to find his first death and then quickly finds a second one. Definitely was the difference maker for Direwolves in his opening rounds. 4-3.
Cage trigger.
His first half of the set, extraordinarily close. Rice just pushing and edging closer and closer in market. Wanted to just shoot it to B main. In fact, gonna just take a lot more back than he would have liked. Diggy Dog will take out Swirl. Quick headshot. Now they can push right onto the B side. Nod. Is he ready for this? Gets 2 on the Diggy Dog and Seiko just wanting to scout out Boathouse.
One enemy remaining.
Actually ended up spotting the Omen intact, which Pixel will more than happily put down. And
Spike planted.
Rice, the last of the light, who we saw get lit up before earlier in market, is still very low. Definitely isn't going to be able to win this one. 4-4, we're going to go.
Bulldog in hand, not the greatest weapon for these sorts of engagement, but does pick off Ninum. Not a bad frag there. Surely Rice can't find another one and make this winnable. You wouldn't think so. One to the left. Oh, right. Jeez, that was close. But Pixel does end up on top as we expected. 4 for the score.
We saw a lot of close games yesterday, especially in the finals, the upper bracket, lower bracket. Well, this is shaping up to be very similar to those first halves where it's just back and forth nature. Pistol round not necessarily dictating the entire match as a whole. Of course, this is a best of 1. So only the one map played between these two teams. Loser drops down to the lower bracket. Winner moves on to the semi-finals in the upper bracket. Again, going to be thinking about this B main, but Direwolves are going to be pushing straight through and realizing very quickly that it's going to be an A push. They do catch Diggy Dog though. We lingered behind, along with the Sage as well in Pixel. Stays on top, might be able to catch one. Never mind, was a bit late. The rest went through attacker side spawn. No Tick have not come out of this one very cleanly, but Pixel getting taxed at least makes it 3 versus 4 with a spike down as well. Direwolves still got the work cut out for them in this round.
2 retaking long. 2 inside of heaven, trying to into these players in towards site. Ninum eventually traded out, but the damage may have already been done here by No Tick. That said, it's now a 2-on-1 in favor of the Direwolves. Pixel cut off by the ball and the molly. That's a great play there from the Phoenix. So low from that said molly, and it's enough for Rice to finish them off. Great retake there from the Direwolves.
You think I don't know how to buy without money?
Thrifty as well for Direwolves. Rice walks away with the operator this time. Happy days.
This goes here.
5-4 though.
4 ults on the board for No Tick. Could be quite deadly here. Direwolves, of course, none on the board. Noz is 1 point away though. That would be impact particularly late round. I said No Tick already playing quite aggressively. Ninum activated the Blade Storm. Cyber Cage though will delay the inevitable. The dash though will go straight through that in towards side already. This could be deadly. Oh, there we go. That's a great shot there onto side. Completely caught off guard, and that is slight control for the No Tick.
Spike planted.
And just hold the spot in Boathouse as well. 1-for-1 trade elsewhere.
You will not.
One going down to B main. That's going to be the resurrection of the Diggy Dog in B main. Pixel just healing up as well. 5 versus 3 numerical superiority now for No Tick. Swirl though pushing through gets Calmsy. And there's still 2 to deal with in B main though, so there's only 2 on the actual site. Hacks getting Pixel. They're going to just push in now to Diggy Dog as well, cleaning up those in B main. 2 left on the site. Got to move quickly though. That spike timer is running out lowly. Seeker's going to get... Nos gets the second onto Squirrel. Only Tax remains. 76 health. No time on that timer either. Nice wallbang too. Nicely executed from Ninum and Seeker to win the round for Notic.
Holding on by the skin of their teeth there in that round, but it does prove to be enough. Close one shaping up here. We are 10 rounds into the first half. 2 remaining. An opportunity for either of these teams to maybe just edge out by the slightest of margins, but it will be insignificant really in the greater scheme of this map. Of course, keeping in mind, it is a best of 1. No second chances, at least within this matchup. Full B stack again here from Notic. It's up to the Direwolf to try and shut it down. Line smokes it off. Activates the Blade Storm as well. That could have been dangerous had Notic pushed through, but it looks like they will now rotate back towards mid.
You don't mind the judge there either close to B main, especially if a whole bunch of Notic elect to push through. That's where the judge is super effective. Ends up just activating the Blade Storm, expecting something different. They're going to rotate on through now. Pass straight onto the A site, and it's going to force the rotation down to Direwolf. Well goes early. The flash! Oh my goodness! Finds the double headshot on a Pixel and Seiko. Can now just fall back and heal. And Notic's round has just capitulated in front of their very eyes. Although Ninum does get Stein. That's a big fight and a big one to win. Running back's going to be used. Kamzi does get Rice. For a second one, gets it. With a third one, Kamzi! With a big triple kill. But unfortunately, Swirl was still around. Yes, very nicely executed Swirl. And it'll be 6-5 in favor of Direwolves.
Swirl pop off 4K in the round with the Sheriff, no less. Those first 2 kills so clean, and then to come up clutch at the very end, find that final trade. Very, very well played there. Huge boost for Swirl. He'll be thriving after that one. I think he picked up the Operator. Not sure if he did throw it away. Probably giving it to the Jet. Or maybe even Tack. Either way, though. Very, very clean play.
Well, it's final round of the half, so you may as well just go the double op setup. See what you can achieve here. You can have 2 big sight lines down mid. Although Ninum winning that one against Tax, whether you got the op or not, you're still going to hit the shot. This is going to be a B main rush now. All 5 members inside. Rice realizing this, throws out the cyber cage, can buy a bit of time to try and stall them out inside of B main. Aldrone from Seeker just trying to scout around. Of course, with Notic playing the Sage on attack here, B main is definitely the ideal position to play from. Hunter's Fury is going to be used, but unsuccessful for the most part. 4 versus 4. Rice gets Ninum. With a second, third. Oh my god, Rice has got 4. They're all dead inside of B main. He can find the ace here with a quick headshot onto Kamzi. He's cooked like rice.
Switching sides.
Great gunplay there from Mr. Rice. Gives Direwolves the lead, and if they can win the next 2 rounds here on the pistol, that really does grow to quite a significant lead within the context of this match. No team is really led by more than 2 rounds at all. So Direwolves find themselves in a good position. Of course, the switch in sides could significantly disrupt the momentum that they had gained on the defense. Attack typically, as I said earlier, can be a little bit more tricky. Keen to see how they approach it in comparison to Notic.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Now they switch halves, you're right, you bring it up, and now it's up to Direwolves to be the ones to make plays. It was only like 1 or 2 pushes from Notic over to the A site. The majority of their play was being made.
Blocking sight.
And compared to what we saw Ascent being played yesterday, typically you would send 3 or 4 B main and you'd have at least 1 or 2 pushing up through mid. Try and get that mid control, pushing through market. You can sort of pinch teams in a bit. No, Notic didn't elect to play that way. They just... A lot of that B main rush at times worked. That's why they found 5-round wins. They're hard to question it too much. Swirl just going for a few cheeky wall bangs. Does spot one over at the cubby next to the tree. Taking a bit of damage though. Swirl can heal up though at any time.
Spike at A. Direwolves setting up for the execute. Utility expended. Ninum is in a position to deny this instead, though will back off. Likely would have been traded out immediately there by Direwolves, who now have slight control. Seiko with the first of Heaven. That's a nice little pick. That's Rice taken off the board. No ace for him in this round. No kills, in fact, in this round, as Direwolves are now trying to hold on in this post-plant position. Notic going for an aggressive retake of Heaven. Jet as well over towards short.
That's a good paranoia, but I would have liked to have seen someone try and peek that at the exact same time and really try and time it up. Probably could have found a double dink headshot. Digidog was fine too in the end. Nim around Generator's going to die though. Tax is a 3K. They take the round in a very messy one on the A site. Well, like just going back to that paranoia, it buys time, yes, but you can get up onto that box just to the right of Digidog there and maybe have someone peek it at the same time. Although I say that, and potentially that site is really not available to take. And in the end, it was really all Direwolves could do was try and buy some time. 7-6 though. Pistol round, as we've mentioned, guys, not very indicative. And we saw Direwolves take it out in the first half. Now Notic in the second half.
Key round here for Notic. The last 2 times they played this map yesterday, their defense was actually weaker than their attack in terms of total rounds won. Albeit the fact that they did win both of the maps quite dominantly, so it doesn't, of course, give the best indication because the second half on the defense was a little bit shorter. However, against Kangaroo Esports it was yesterday, they actually failed to win the second defense, so hopefully they don't do that here. I would already with quick spike control.
Yeah, Calm's got at least one off that B main push, so that's par for the course. 4 versus 3. Direwolves ended up losing 2, so
Spike planted.
I don't think we'll be happy with how this has played out now, this post-plant situation, which can be very difficult for the team attacking. Really playing from boathouse. What more else can you do? That's a great paranoia though from Tack. Pushing in at the right time out from that smoke too. Pixel ends up winning though, got the Spectre. Against the Sheriff, and then when the Marshal gets involved, takes outside, and well, kind of expected Notic to come back and take that round. Direwolves were basically penned into a corner.
Clean from Notic. Direwolves now with a little bit to think about. What are they going to do in this round? As of course they lost the first 2 in the half. They'll be able to now buy up. Ready and raring to go to start mounting some of their own rounds on the board. Such an even kill spread there for Direwolves. Only 12-10 is the gap, so very consistent performers.
I'm just going to bring up, I'm pretty sure Sign was 11-0. Now it's dropped to 11-7. How things can change pretty quickly. As for Notic, they'll be happy with the way this is going right now. 7-7. At times, we've kind of felt like Direwolves have, taken a 2-round lead and have looked really good and maybe would run away with things. That hasn't been the case. We've definitely gotten this back and forth match for this best of 1. Pixel's surely going to get Twirl. Quick confirmation. Could have actually got onto that wall. Look for a second one maybe onto the Cypher here. Not going to go for it. Not just yet. May eventually put this onto Rice. Oh, that's a big dink for a wall bang as well. Fortunately, Sage can heal up, but not as much as she used to be able to, Guz.
That's exactly right. 5-on-4 Direwolves. Spike in hand at A long. Spread out defense from Notic in a great position to rotate around when the call comes. Ninum, really this first line of defense inside of tree, needs to find this pick. Does. That's Tax taken down. Could well find a second here. That pick's at the wrong time though. Rice can capitalize. That might be the opening that Direwolves needed.
4 versus 3.
Spike planted.
Direwolves are going to be able to get that spike down. Retractable wall door. It's down for now. 3 up from Heaven, 1 from Tree is the play for Notic. Paranoia is going to miss completely. Gives all the information as well for Right. Could have swung that at the same time, didn't want to. Elected not to, and Digidog and Kamsi will punish Direwolves, and Noz will just run away. Notic are going to take the lead, and this might end up being their first lead of the entire match, guys.
Great round indeed there. 3rd round of the half goes their way. That's a big one. Direwolves, though, might be in a position still. Spy, it looks like they're going to.
Look at Nidham though, 17. Leading the way, operator in hand. Notic with the last 3 rounds and being able to get that 3rd round after winning the pistol round. That just gives us a bit more of an indicative nature as to where this second half might be trending. Nidham from Cubby should be able to get one, although the... Oh, that is like a pixel to the right away from landing on that head, which might have even been in collateral. Close from Nidham. He'll never know. Direwolf's going to push down mid. All pushing down mid now.
Met with resistance inside of market, so they need to be mindful that it's Diggy Dog holding the fort. Barrier Orb provides some much needed protection though and wastes a little bit of time, and may well change the pathing now for Direwolves, who have instead opted to keep the spike in towards mid, just delaying this push a little bit, waiting for that wall to dissipate. Smokes up though. Diggy Dog doing a great job in delaying what could have been quite an aggressive attack from Direwolves, so keen to see how they shape up now.
Diggy Dog just going to move out of market. Sensing that he's overwhelmed. Pixel, of course, still watching from this CT spawn.
30
Gets the
seconds
headshot
left.
through the smoke onto Rice. He's flashed. Falls back, comes back towards Swirl. And obviously with the stinger up close, you're going to be able to be a little bit more accurate with that. Diggy Dog, though, on the site finds 3. Signed is the only one that remains in 1 versus 3. Immediately pushed upon by Pixel. And Notic take a 2-round lead over Direwolves. And this matchup between these two teams has been back and forth, and now it's time for Direwolves to respond.
Notic really dictating the pace of these rounds on their defense. In particular, their Diggy Dog wasted so much time inside of market. Direwolves, I respect the confidence and still dedicating to the push, but the fact that it got delayed for so long gave Notic so much of an opportunity to set up for it. They were ready and waiting to go. They did lean heavily, I guess, into Diggy Dog going big on site, but it was a great play in the end. Nidham, again, trying to find this pick through mid. Cyber Cage up, missed it on the first occasion, misses it once again here in the following round. Looking to play it a little bit more aggressively, potentially, though, trying to stop this push in towards short. There's 3 in mid, 2 towards long for Direwolves. Spike a long way away, though, left behind as they, again, just get a feel for how they will approach the site.
Well, just going to check out wine. Just hold there for now. Direwolves going for a more slowed approach. Don't blame them. Last couple of rounds have gone the way of Notic. I mean, they're dominated on the defense here on Ascent. Notic. Direwolves just want to change things up.
You're dead.
It's going to be the runner back. You're going to just immediately try and push straight through tree. Nidham's just forced back into garden. Just to fall all the way back. Zico will get the elimination onto Reichenstein. Elects to not spike there. We'll change the location. This is better though from Direwolves, and I guess patience is a virtue because the slow-natured play that they started with definitely paying off right now. And Direwolves win this round and stop the rock.
Notic just waiting patiently, trying to time the retake. Traded out successfully. Lots of smokes up. Lots of vision obscurity assigned. Will miss with the Blade Storm, but doesn't miss with the pistol. Make one, 2. No! Nidham somehow managing to get out on top. It's a 2-on-1. Notic trying to retake. It's Kamzi inside of heaven. There's 1 towards long, another at short that he needs to try and find, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Doesn't. Attackers will win the round.
1 player remaining.
Oh.
Unfortunate
Good
attacks. Yeah. Nice try, nice try. 8-9, Direwolves at least stopped the momentum that Notic had built up here on their defense. And what was that? 4 rounds in a row, which by far and away, as you can see on the scoreboard, was the largest streak that any of these two teams have had so far here on Ascent. It's a best of 1, and we're getting closer and closer towards that match point. Nidham has been sensational. Direwolves as a team have been playing like a team. And definitely better in that last round, guys. Slowed it down, more methodical with their approach. Yes, they ended up just pushing through tree, but it worked. And because of the way they played it, Notic just still had quite a few players over on that B side. It took them a bit of time before they could get over to A.
Hello, says Ninum. Traded out by Signed. Refrag in the end, Jet on Jet. Was again shaping up for a pretty similar attack. Long control, mid control, spike dropped in the exact same position as the last round. That's very aggressive from Seiko. Very well played in the end. Ninum rezzed as well by the Sage. Seiko, I don't know how they got away with either of those picks, really. As I say that, those swirls found themselves in towards side. It's a 2-on-4, still winnable here for Dire Wolves, but they probably want to find at least another before they try and go for a plant.
Seconds remaining. Dire Straits.
30 seconds left.
Got the spike.
They got one on the A site. Noz is definitely going to get the call, but Diggy Dog just loitering around in garden. Swell going to close that door. 2 versus 4, not impossible. The main thing is just getting that spike down. Hunter's Fury from Seiko wanting to just try and deny it. While Spike got planted, Seiko got the elimination, Swell got Diggy Dog, and that all happened in about 2 seconds.
Big round from Seiko. I mean, it's not over just yet. Swirl could hold on, but he needs to find a triple transfer. Misses the first, thinks the second. Not enough to get a frag, though. Pixel finishing the job off. Solid round from Notic once again. Seiko in particular. Very good round there on the Sova.
What have Direwolves got to bring this one back, guys? 8-10 now. Notic have just kept them at bay here on their defense. Winning 5 of the last 6 rounds. Direwolves only able to scrape 1 in that time. And if that trend continues, this one's definitely in favor of Notic. 2 rounds away from match point. A-side push, which is a rare one here on Ascent. Typically, we've seen a lot of B-main pushes, some through mid as well.
Cage triggered. Careful now.
Inside. Powerful position. He just flashed though, unfortunately, but it's Seiko again to step up so massively in this round. Oh my word, he finds 3. Calms with 2. It's a flawless round. Dire was having some real troubles here on the A side.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's bad timing to do so as well, because they've got to rectify this issue, but running out of rounds to do so. Next round is the match point round for Notic. It's looking at the economy as well for Direwolves, and it's not looking great. After this round, they're not going to have much besides the losing streak helping them out. Half armor for Sign with the operator in hand. They try something different though. Push down mid. And one thing we haven't really seen much of though is sending 3 or 4 B main and then the rest through mid. And try that pinch strategy.
Well in towards mid. Shoot out the recon bolt. Maybe trying to find a pick towards short. We know the likes of Seiko has been peeking that quite aggressively. Instead, sitting back towards the A side. Lots of utility dumped on B, so if Divers do attempt a push onto the opposing site, that will have its own challenges to overcome, as Signed is very wary of this barrier all being placed, the boost, the very long angle down towards mid. Sage, I believe, is boosted on it. Does fall off, though, as the wall dissipates.
30 seconds
I think
left.
Direwolves smart here with another slower round down with about 30 seconds. Send everyone rushing in. They run it back from Swirl. Although with the slow orb, that's going to make it very difficult to push in the market. Noz fortunately swings in at the right time. Tails take out Diggy Dog. Better from Direwolves. Got to watch the CT side spawn though. Behind a couple of members coming in. Oh my goodness. Pixel with a quick double. That'll shut it right down. It was over before the push even began. They didn't even know because Pixel was watching and waiting.
Match point.
No tick with match point, 12-8. Direwolves have given it their all, guys, but towards the back end and once we switched halves, it's been pretty clear that no tick on the defense, just superior.
One round away now from finishing the job. Direwolves do at least have 2 ults on the board. Might be able to play off those a little
Look at
bit.
their
Sign
buys,
needs to
though.
pop off though.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, it's a dodgy round to say the least. It's going to take a lot of work to win the round.
2 Bulldogs, a Guardian. You got 4 out of 5 members with half armor. Ninum spotted Tax, but so did Pixel. They were both just keeping an eye on that like seagulls to a chip. This is pretty much over unless Direwolves can pull off a miraculous comeback even in just this particular round. They're down 4-5. Sign's going to dash in. Bladestorm, is this the big comeback play from Sign that is required? Just going to go to the spike first, get that down.
Spike planted.
One of the quicker plants from Direwolves for a little while. Been trying the slower play, didn't quite work. Stico up in heaven. Has a bit of help to his right with the Sage as well. 1 down in hell for Direwolves. 2 over towards the wine side. Pixel, oh my god, Sign can't get anything to go his way after that first half. Demonstration has just been beaten to a pulp in the second half, like his team. 4K for Pixel. That'll do it. 13-8. Direwolves go down to the lower bracket.
Defenders win.
Big map from No Tick. A great performance in the end. 13-8. A relatively strong scoreline there from them. They'll progress further and deeper into that upper bracket. And it's up to Direwolves now to lick their wounds, steady the ship, and continue their run through the lower bracket, as you mentioned.
It's unfortunate for Direwolves. Unfortunately, though, one does have to drop down. One will continue on. In this case, No Tick will be playing the winner of Rip and Tear or Appa Yip Yip. Lovely name there. As for the Direwolves, they do drop down to the lower bracket, like we mentioned. Not sure exactly who they're going to be playing. It looks like it will be Paradox Gaming in that lower bracket round 2. So they're going to have to go down into the gauntlet. And that gauntlet, it is a whole bunch of best of ones they're going to have to play through to eventually try and get to that lower bracket final.
Yeah, and looking back at this game, I respect the fact that Direwolves were willing to head to Ascent. But again, like I mentioned, No Tick, the only 2 maps, in fact, that they won yesterday was Ascent. So I'm assuming Direwolves were expecting to head into this one and bring some new stuff to the table, but unfortunately, it just didn't pay off for them. So maybe something to consider heading into the next match is what exactly they will do in that veto and whether or not that actually did play into this loss. But either way, they don't have a lot of time to think about it. They'll have to quickly refresh, as I mentioned, and jump into that lower bracket.
Definitely. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, we've got plenty more games to go today. Stay tuned.
Welcome everyone, my name is Tolga. I'm a live caster at Twitch. It's going to be absolutely amazing and I cannot wait to see this goddamn place.
Is insane. The colors,
the colors are...
the huge LED screen. Every esports stream, honestly, the PCs here are amazing.
Hey guys, it's Fangetta. As you know, gaming is all about community. That's why I'm working with Alienware to thank you guys for staying at home and doing your part. Remember, just because we can't always be together doesn't mean we can't play a part together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. Hopefully you guys haven't gone too far. We're back for the Rise of Valor, an official Valorant Ignition series presented to you by Fortress Melbourne. Of course, powered by Alienware. We're jumping straight back into the last chance qualifiers, and guys, we're going to be heading down to the lower bracket for a game.
That's exactly right. Of course, the nature of this last chance qualify is that you do get a second chance. So if you drop out of the upper bracket, then you can make the run through the lower bracket. But of course, that comes with its own sort of trials and tribulations, if you would. If you lose there, then unfortunately you are knocked out, and you will be knocked out completely out of Rise of Valor.
Of course, though, before we jump into those games, we're going to give a bit of the highlights and limelight to the OCE Rising Play winners from the opening qualifiers.
One enemy remaining.
He was hit 80,
I think Heaven.
by the way.
Oh! No way you just fucking hit that dude!
Sorry about that. Yes. No, I'm not gonna smoke.
I got cammed. I got to pull that out. They full sport. They full sport. Watch out. I'm stunning them off.
Go on sewers. One on sewers.
One enemy remaining.
Spirit, let him get the ace.
Go 8. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm not gonna kill him. I didn't kill him.
I'm jumping in first. I'm jumping in first.
Nice.
Tell me if they're pushing, I'm gonna ult them.
Pushing.
Nice, nice, good ult.
Good stuff.
Phil, you're actually a god.
That's so ace?
Last one, that's light.
She's in mate. One with orb, Push together.
Main off slow, watch work.
Nice, get the orb, get the
Sage killed. One enemy remaining.
Found them.
Oh, Heaven, I think. Like planted. Heaven on the ground.
Yeah, knifing it, the knifing it, knifing it.
I'm watching CT.
Also,
Watch out.
I don't even think. 3.
I'm fucking. I'm dead happy.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Of course, big congratulations to all those winners who won $100 each for their winning clip. Let's move on, though, of course, to our lower bracket finals. As, guys, we drop down and have a look at our upcoming team. We'll have a quick recap of the graphic.
Yep, let's bring that graphic up and see how we got to where we are currently. Of course, we did just come off the back of Direwolves taking on No Tick. Of course, No Tick won that match 13-8. And as you can see, Direwolves now dropped down to that lower bracket where they'll face Paradox Gaming. Of course, though, Xenox, we're going to be picking up, though, on Mystery Inc. and Kraken White. Going to be quite the matchup we're expecting here.
I believe we're heading over to Avant versus Kanga Esports. Mystery
Why
Inc. and
did I
Kraken
write-
White.
No, you know why I
They've
said
been
that?
eliminated.
Because Mystery Inc. Yes, so I accidentally read my notes wrong, like an absolute fool. Mystery Inc. and Kraken White were knocked out, and we're picking up Kanga and Avant. And funnily enough, it was actually Avant that did knock out Mystery Inc. Unfortunately for them, that was actually 13-10 on Ascent in favor of Avant.
Of course, for Kanga Esports, they actually ended up losing to Magic 5 in the upper bracket earlier on today. They had a decent run yesterday. In fact, both teams did have a decent run yesterday, making it to the quarterfinal in the lower bracket for Kanga Esports and to the semifinal for Avant, where they lost out to Ground Zero. So we have seen a bit of both of these two teams from yesterday's play-in stage.
That's exactly right. And there's really two players that I want to highlight. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. Let's have a look at the map bans and see where we're heading. Of course, keep in mind, it's a BO1, so 3 maps will be banned out, and the remaining one will be the one that we do head to. Let's start rolling through those. Bind taken out by Kanga. That will be followed up by Ascent, of course, Avant, as the teams alternate. That leaves Haven and Split. And Split will be where we end up. Kanga on the attack first, Avant defending.
As you mentioned, yep, Kanga first will be attacking, Avant on the defense, and Split is probably the given name for this series as a whole, because it probably is hard to split these two teams. Of course, yesterday Avant did get one round further than Kanga Esports, who lost to Ground Zero, but they both lost to Ground Zero. I'm just trying to look at the score. So 13-9 Ground Zero beat Kanga, and then 13-8 Ground Zero beat Avant. So if you kind of look at that, you can kind of say this will be a very difficult one to see who moves ahead in the lower bracket. Of course, the problem with this, though, this time today, guys, is if you lose this match, either one, they're done for the day and they're done for the Rise of Valor.
That's exactly right. I mean, maybe we can back Kanga going into this one potentially. They already played it once today against Tilted. It was a 13-6 as opposed to Avant, who have only played Ascent this afternoon. So maybe Kanga will be able to edge out with just a little bit more experience on the day.
Maybe. Well, let's get straight into the game. We're going to be heading to Split for Avant versus Kanga Esports here in the lower bracket. It's only the round 2 lower bracket where these two teams are meeting, which is very unfortunate because when I look at the lower bracket, I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe actually the best two teams in the lower bracket. Sometimes this is just the way the cookie crumbles, though, guys.
That's exactly right. And I mentioned earlier that there's really two key players to keep an eye out for on these teams. Two big performers that will need to step up for their team. Firstly, for Kanga, Oz Rhino has been huge here in Rise of Valor. In fact, I believe he's been one of, if not the top performing player throughout the entire tournament. He's rocking 0.97 kills per round, a 1.5 KD, and averages a mighty 172 average damage per round, which is absolutely insane. On the side of Avant, of course, Lakers has been a great performer, so we'll have to keep an eye out for them as well.
I mean, you can kind of just keep ripping on names for both teams all the way to all 10 players. They've all been very notable, not just obviously from today, but yesterday and earlier on in the tournament in the open qualifiers too. Blanco does land a bit of damage there, throws out the Cloud Burst and falls back. Chronix gets the opening frag on a what? And they're going to just now rotate back through vents over towards the B site here for Kanga Esports, moving away from the 8 site where Avant are pretty well set up. They will be able to get back over in time. Cypher's going to push up the stairs, trying to meet them up in heaven. Go for the flash. Oz Rhino. There's the Oz Rhino you were talking about. It's an early frag onto Waxy.
Util dumped in towards B. Kanga trying to set up now, of course, for the plant. Spesh, so low on HP. Needs to be very, very careful of the player just hiding inside of that smoke. More frags coming through, and Kanga actually need to be mindful here. Again, keep in mind, Spesh so low, but that might not matter as Major steps up. Spike dropped as well in towards side. It wasn't planted by Kanga Esports.
30 seconds left.
A bit of a volatile round for them as they just try and maybe recover that and get it back down.
Spike has been picked up. It's going to be planted now by the Omen. As I say, that still just hasn't quite planted it immediately. Probably just wanted to change location instead of going for the default box plant. Psycho still has control of Heaven, which is super important throughout this. Major's gone for the long rotate though. Pass through Mail. Oh, but this is the problem though. At the last second, Psycho has just left Heaven, although that is a great timing to catch Spesh off guard. Unfortunately for Major as well, doesn't check their left and Composed finds the frag. Kanga win a messy opening pistol round, but in that round in particular, close, back and forth. Is that going to be the mantra for this best of one series? Potentially find an overtime somewhere in here.
Maybe. Of course, early days. I have to see how the teams track. Although if Kanga can get a somewhat decent start here on, of course, the attacking side on Split, that will serve them very well. We're expecting them, of course, now to take this second round. Maybe Avant will get a little bit more aggressive in their face a little bit, try and find a couple of picks. We're going to see one swing wide. That's Exy. Quick and swift kill, though, for Kanga Esports. Already finding themselves now in towards the site. There's a Phoenix towards the default position. Psycho finds that one as well.
Yeah, good positioning from Psycho.
Spike planted.
Utilizing Jet's quick movement. Get used to the tailwind, the updraft as well, just to quickly check over that wall, make sure there was no one hiding at the back of B's site. You do all of that in such quick succession. Of course, Kangaroo Esports won the pistol round. They got the Spectres and well, only pistols and shorties. So even just trying to take this back 3 versus 5 is already difficult enough as it is. But when you've only got a bunch of shorties, even more difficult. The best you can try and do is catch someone like Oz Rhino, then steal that Spectre.
Shadows traveling.
Let's just try and smoke up top here. Although no pushing through, nice headshot from Psycho. And Spesh might be able to, at the very least, grab a Spectre and get out of here. Although, I don't even think that's going to happen since Psycho stopped, looked back towards Mail. And they get the clean wipe. All 5 dead for Avant. 2-0 to Kanga. Good start.
Well played there by Kanga. Protecting those weapons late in the round. Not allowing Avant to scrape anything really in the end. So good result for them. A good positive start here on Split. Again, as I mentioned earlier, they have played this map already this afternoon off screen or off broadcast. It was a 13-6 against Tilted. I'll have to get back to you on exactly how that shaped up in terms of how strong their attack was, but promising signs for them here.
Spesh is going to have to be pushed back, but the Jet's just too quick from Psycho. Gets the opening frag. Fortunately, what was there for the quick refrag up in heaven. Now he's forced up onto the rafters. Still alive and still can impact this, but he's expecting to be pinched. Coming in now from the spawn. Lakers low. Gonna go towards screens. Axi's found a quick double up in heaven. His Spike is down. Mist is the last one alive for Kanga. Pushing through the smoke. Gets Axie. There's one more over at screens. The other one's pushing up ramps now over towards heaven. So Mist in a 1 versus 2, but essentially going to take the 2 1v1s if it plays out this way. It could just even just take the Spike guys and go to B.
Very winnable as well. Jet's so low. Actually
fakes it.
Head out. That's a very smart play. Avant.
They're not falling.
Almost
They're not falling for it.
Maybe it would have been the best play just to actually commit to it. Mist also needs to reload. Only actually 6 bullets left in the clip. So hopefully someone points that out to him before he enters his next engagement.
I think at this point, Mist has kind of realized they haven't fallen for this bait at all, and then just going to slow walk it just for a bit. Probably get into Mail, then you can run at the rest. But maybe he's expecting someone to have slipped through up CT towards B. Doesn't want to make any noise because of that, and it's just the nature of the game. Really, you've always got to just keep an eye on it. Although that trapwire is going to give away his location, and as you can see, Jet already on the move up through stairs, and don't know if this is going to be achievable for Mist. But Lakers is low, 18 health. And if they don't pick it together with the Omen, could give Mist a chance.
Looks like they're playing it patiently, playing it smartly. Mist as well, trying to throw them off. Find themselves down towards that defender spawn. Could catch them off guard. Going to get aggressive now. Omen caught off guard. Choi finds the second. No! Lakers! Oh, 18 HP still in the bank. Great flick there from the Jet. And Avant will take the round.
Yeah, really smart from Lakers to just get off that Spike. If he tries to stick it for that little bit longer, you suspect Mist can get the 18 health damage eliminated pretty quickly. So, really well played from Lakers in the end.
Here. And
for Avant, they're on the board. 1-2. You win that 3rd round, the crucial round that they needed to win. Economy, though, says that Kanga Esports are ahead. They got full armor, full bite. At least for Avant, they'll have the Vandals and Phantoms, but only half armor, guys.
It's a stark contrast to that Kanga v Tilted game as well, where in fact, Kanga won 10 rounds on their attack, actually only losing the first 2. So that trend is definitely shaped up differently here on the next map. As I say that, though. Major. 2 big picks from them. Run it back as well, activated, shut down immediately though. Needs to be mindful that he doesn't get taken out. Miss goes huge, composed as well. It's now Spesh left in heaven, Spike down.
Yeah, unfortunate for Avant. After winning that 3rd round, they probably going to give this one away to Kanga Esports, who are spread out around the backside of B. Definitely can't expect Spesh to try and pull this one off. Maybe just Bash to take the Phantom and live. Look for an exit frag or 2 as well. Watching the backside of Garage. There's a trapwire placed there as well. But the round's going to go the way of Kanga, who have looked pretty good on their attack so far. Early days and long ways to go. Smash, good spot to try and find an exit frag. Could get 2 here. They don't check the corner, which they definitely don't. Oh, got to hit the first one. Gets the second, gets the third. Oh, that was special from Smash to at least put a dent into the economy of Kanga, but they get the round win, 3-1.
Oh, it was most unfortunate. It was a good spot to sit though. Don't commonly see that used for exits, and Spesh standing still, probably shadow playing that for some montage somewhere. Of course, not a big 3K necessarily in the context of this match, but might provide a little bit of disruption there for Kanga Esports. That said though, in a strong position, full buys this round, full armor, 4 ults on the board as well. Great position to be in.
Yeah, and as you said, not really too much of a disruption for Kanga Esports since they're able to just buy back into this round, and for Avant, they can't buy into this round.
No more meddling, cover.
Well, I was going to say you got to land the first shot with the Sheriff, but the third one does the trick for what onto Chronix and can now take
off your feet.
Weapon as well. Frenzy can be decent up close. It's going to get paranoid. Good flash on the Oz Rhino, but it didn't matter. Oz Rhino was right in Major's face and was still able to just land a wildly sprayed shot. Showstopper available. Blade Storm used from Lakers. 3 versus 4. Spike down again. Nice left click from Lakers on the Oz Rhino, and does tie up the numerical advantage now from 4-3 to 3-3. Although 2 low health members for Avant, and not checking the left side. Miss still gets the headshot anyway. And Compose just holds at the back Capilla. Unfortunately though for Avant, they did get a refrag there. 2 versus 2. They are low. And literally at the exact same time, Composed and Psycho pick up Spesh and walk.
Another solid round there from Kanga. This could build into something dangerous if Avant aren't able to tame it eventually. Only 5 rounds in, of course, but attacking on split, at least historically, has been quite challenging. Maybe not as much with some of the small tweaks made and changes in the meta, but still wearing signs. Kanga as well, still with 4 ults to use as well. Surely they can win yet another round.
Better start though for Avant, not finding an open frag. They haven't been able to find too many of those so far here on split. Lake is getting composed too, and it feels like for the first time here on this map, Avant have been able to get a bit of a lead in one of these rounds. Kanga pushing up through mid, but it has gone a bit haywire. Major falls back towards stairs. This is going to allow Kanga to push through Mail and up into heaven. They can get onto the B site from here. They've got the spike in hand. 3 versus 4, but Avant don't have all their members on B just yet. A quick push from Kanga. They could overwhelm the site, find a few frags, get the spike down, and play that post-plant situation. Instead, all 3 members are going to push through stairs. The Omen just watching and waiting. Surely what?
Pitiful.
Gets 1, gets 2, and gets 3. No. Well,
almost. Technically
got 3, just couldn't get the 3 there. Has 3 overall. Rhino looks into the wall, and Major looks into their head. Avant win the round 2-4. That's much better from them.
Good shutdown from Avant. Still not entirely sure how many ults Kanga still have on the board. They might actually still have a few. In fact, they still have all 4 that they did in the previous round. So sitting on them at the moment, just trying to find the right opportunity, the right window to capitalize upon those. Keep in mind though, that does open up the opportunity now for Avant to build their own ultimates as well. 3 on the board. Give you another crazy round here. It's going to be a B execute by the signs of things once again here for Kanga. The favored site thus far.
Early Blade Storm just gives Psycho the ability to not have to worry about trying to use it at the last second. Paranoia effective onto Axie. Windbot forcing him back as well. Judge for Lake is coming around the back. Still I can dodge that Showstopper, but right at the air just falls into the sidelines of Composed. Axie found a quick double. Psycho still yet to really get involved. Misses those Blade Storm strikes, and Major will get a big headshot kill. 3-2, and Avant just kind of dealing with Kanga Esports' attacks right now in the last couple of rounds, guys. They're penned in at the backside of this B site. They're overwhelmed and probably, along with this fact that they're outnumbered, are going to lose this round, barring a big comeback from Mist and Chronix.
No spike plant yet as well, so no real pressure on Avant to get aggressive here. They'll be just waiting for the plant to be secured. Meanwhile, Kanga may well actually try and get aggressive and find a pick for themselves. Oh, this could be big. Oh, unfortunate there is what gets away with
30
one.
seconds left.
So trades it down. May well be able to find another, but some great shots from May just secures that wall bang. Avant will take another round.
Three, 4 now. Not a surprise to see this. We thought this would be close. We said it would be close, and right now it is pretty close. 3-4. Good turnaround from Avant. You can see the start though, guys. It was 4-1 in the first 5 rounds. To be fair though, how much of it is just due to the fact that Kanga won that pistol round, got the second after that, and kind of inflating their score at the moment. To be fair, they're on the attack here for Ascent. They're doing well. It's just a good game right now between these two teams, going back and forth. Just get the feeling that Avant have been able to step it up a bit. Lakers just gets swatted down inside of the smoke by Mist. Good spray. Walked out for a second and just into a stream of bullets. They can smoke off Mail. Now they got the option. This man advantage, Kanga.
Psycho as well. Raining down some shots. None of those will connect though. Exy in a great position to find a few here as Kanga tried to push this position and work to find one. Another good retrade again from Rhino. Strong map from them so far as they push in now towards the side on that raise. Spesh tries to shut down another, but it's Chronix actually to find that pick. Kanga surely can take this round 4-2 now. And with Major on side as well, unfortunately shut down. It's what now?
Spike planted.
Left to clutch it, but not much hope left. Probably will try and find some exit frags.
That was almost bad timing for Mist, and in the end it was. I think that's probably just about job done for Watt, at least from Garage side. Rotate back over to mid, maybe find an exit frag through Mail. Could just sit here into vent. Can you take the round? 3-5. We're slowly building towards the climax of this first half. And they'll get out safely. Back over to CT Spawn.
Keen to see Kanga maybe try and execute something on towards A. For the most part, it has been pretty quiet. In fact, unless my memory is terrible, Xenox, I don't think there's been a single plant at all on A. It almost was, I think, in the second round. It might have been, or the third round, but it hasn't really eventuated.
Faked it.
Yeah, so
yeah,
maybe just Kanga not feeling as confident there. But as I say that, maybe they're listening to me. Because quick rotate. Over down towards A quite late in that prep phase or the buy phase. Avant though, despite Kanga not pushing this at all, really, in this map are ready and waiting. 2 members on A. 3 on B though. Kanga, if they push this, might be able to overwhelm site.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, they're going to make the push in now very quick. Time to go. Psycho's just going to turn up drum. Okay, never mind. What was waiting and watching. Chronix with a quick double though, and the other 2 members of Avant waiting around on this A site. And pretty quickly taken for Kanga Esports. Ozrino is going to want that one back. Fortunately, it was a run it back, so didn't matter too much in the end. Using a bit of that spray early on. That's going to be an early flash.
I know exactly.
Watching the spray out from Ozrino. Neural Theft's going to be utilized as well. Avant really using utility and ultimates here in this round. Not wanting Kanga Esports to get a big lead, and they're not going to allow that to happen. By finding a simultaneous kill there at the same time. Ozrino still just getting pest though. Low health on 1, which was Lakers. Exy was watching for the crossfire refrag. And it's 4-5, and Avant just not allowing Kanga Esports to get away with the big lead here.
Of all the players left alive, then Rhino probably posed the most danger for Avant. But a great trade to shut them down, and maybe that round illustrates why Kanga haven't been executing onto A too often. Not a terrible round at all by any stretch, but Avant did a great job of shutting that down and were able to maintain that man advantage. Of course, with that 3-2 split over towards B, they were able to then retake A Heaven. Strong position. Difficult for Kanga to hold on. Oh!
Oh, he just missed that by like a second. Lakers with a collateral to open up the round for Avant. Well, I know we missed it, but I think you get the idea as to what happened. And Kanga are wondering what's just happened as well. They're just still lingering around in garage. I mean, at this point, he just rushed the site. Nice start to the round for Avant. The one way from X, he's also just going to buy a lot of time. And well, I think Avant are well set up now for the remainder of this round. Kanga back through Ramen is now going to make a push through mid.
Psycho needs to go big here. Try and find some picks with the Sheriff. Through the smoke though, shut down Major. That's 3. A flawless round there for Avant. Great round indeed.
5-5. 2 more rounds in the half. And if you've just tuned in, you can see it there on the scoreboard. 4-1 was the start for Kanga Esports. Since then, guys, it's now been 4-1 to Avant. How about that for what feels like 2 halves within the first half?
Question is, who will be out on top at the end of the half? Again, it of course could be a draw. And I mean, definitely expecting that. We hyped this up as being a close match so far, as you mentioned, Xenox earlier. It has been. Been some very strong rounds from both teams, but of course that has evened out. Scoreboard reflective of that. XC NS for him. That's Oz Rhino shut down again. One of the key players, not only for Kanga, but for the entirety of Rise of Valor. Taken off the board first. That's a big, big pick.
Yeah, and this has sort of been the difference in the switch for Avant. They're finding these opening picks a lot more easily. Major with a nice aggressive flash onto Mist in Garage. And whereas the opening 4-5 rounds was Kanga Esports, who obviously had a bit of the economy in their favor, being aggressive, finding opening picks, and was just overwhelming Avant. That's now changed, and Avant are the ones that are able to sort of peek down mid or peek Garage and find opening frags. What takes out Chronix, even after using that neural theft? To be fair, there's only 1 round to go after this, so if you have somewhat of a chance to use your ultimate, you may as well in this second last round of the half. Not trade back and forth, and well, Kanga Esports are just out of players to trade right now. Avant win yet another round, 6-5.
Last round.
Are we going to have a tied half, guys, or Avant potentially have themselves a lead based off their defense in the first half?
Too close to call, of course. I'd be keen to see the scoreboard and see how many ults are on the board for both these teams. Could play a role in how that plays out. It will be pretty tight, in all honesty. 2 for Avant, single for Kanga. That said, as the round progresses, of course, both these teams might be able to get a few more on the board by picking up those old orbs or finding...
It's going to be an A-rush, surely. They're set up for it. They tried it before, but Psycho got picked up really early on in that rush. Maybe wants to just dial it back a little bit instead of the updraft. Just go for the tailwind forward. What's also smoked off, so they smoked off Heaven, whereas last time they didn't smoke off Heaven as well as they probably could have. Throws out the Paranoia. Ineffective, and the paint shells are effective, though. Just forcing it back, taking a bit of damage. There's the trades, 1-for-1, but still 4v4. Over to screens now. XT gets Psycho. That's a big pickup. Now that just allows Avant to push in through from essentially both sides here on the site, although Ramps is still covered for Kanga Esports. Oz Rhino with a double. In a very big round for Kanga Esports. They've come up big to try and tie it in the first half. What's not done yet, though? Finds 2, looking for the 3rd to complete it. Oh, what are you jumping for?
Oh, that hurts.
My man just got shot in the knees.
Switching sides.
For what? I mean, the jump probably sealed their faith, or their fate rather, but they were quite low nonetheless, so should have been around for Kanga Esports regardless. Oz Rhino, again, huge. It's played so patiently there. From Avant on the defense. So close to the retake until the Rays showed up and said, no thank you. And
This
I mean,
is the switch now, though,
we're at
guys,
0-0 now. We're essentially at 0-0. So fresh mindset for sure now.
This is a nice spot.
And we've had sort of many games yesterday. Of course, there was a lot of games yesterday, and it was either when we had these close first halves, we saw one team sort of pull away unexpectedly, because right now it's kind of difficult to suggest that either Avant or Kanga are going to be the ones to pull away. Nice early rush here, though, from Avant onto the ace side, dropping down from below. Rhino can't get the frag that he was looking for down in hell. This is not bad from Avant. They are down a player 3 to 4. Special! Clean wallbang onto Composed, who hasn't really been able to get into this best of 1 series so far. Avant are going to get the spike down, but Chronix, just to come in at the last second, look to clean up a couple of low health members of Avant. Very close. He's going to get concussed though here. Can just get the big gets one more. Second onto Spesh would have just got the job done. Missed on 19 health, but look at the health of Avant as well. Everyone is low.
Winnable. Needs to hit these shots though. The positions from Avant so strong. Miss might not even look up there. Doesn't. What finds the pick? Whew. Very close round. Very, very close indeed, but Avant edge out on top. Solid start to the half.
Just in the buy phase, Avant already creeping back over to the A site. We saw a lot of B pushes coming from Kanga in their attacking half. Just wonder if Avant are going to go for the opposite and look for these A rushes.
Where to set up shop? This goes here.
A lot of action in towards A for the last few rounds in this map. Seems like Avant are more comfortable potentially pushing this, at least early on. Major gets aggressive over towards ramp, flashes out. Unable to find any picks though. Avant just need to play this smart, find their picks, and the round should be theirs.
Uh-oh. Oh, this could be disastrous. Psycho, of course, got the shorty. Somehow just couldn't get that second shot off in time. What?
There.
Just get Psycho. Could have been disastrous for Avant. And now just trades swing out back and forth. Around that A site. Rotate for Avant can be completed now through mid from Sewer. XE gets missed. Just going to continue to push up through heaven with the spike in hand. The other Cypher is going to push up through stairs. Okay, it's going to be used. Composed through mid, gets Lakers. 2 versus 2 in this round.
Spike yet to be secured, but he is now stuck. Both members deep in towards site. Composed. 36 HP in the bank. Needs to swing this. Does so. Misses the shot. XD swings back. Finds the pick. Chronic's caught off guard as well, but does find the pick. Special loader trade. Finishes out the round.
Well, this is the round now. Guys, of course, Kanga have got to win. Third round. You can buy into it. But if I'm going to buy into this round anyway, Phantoms, there's still a Bulldog on the side of Spesh. Don't think Spesh is going to want to try and do anything with that. So it's not a massive advantage. Even the armor as well. It's actually 4 for both teams with full armor, 1 with half armor. This is not going to be an easy round for Kanga Esports. But at the very least, they don't have to be at a disadvantage. So it's neutral territory here in this third round. 8-6. Big round coming up. Kanga just looking to keep Avant on. Psycho should get 1. Can't even beat the Bulldog from Spesh. Mist just trying to take this angle now at Heaven, making sure no one pushes through Male. 1 still sitting in there, which is Lakers. Is it all just falling apart for Kanga here? By the seams on Ascent. Is 9-6 looming? If it does, they edge closer and closer to that match point.
Mist, I don't think is aware of the jet to the hard left. Could be caught off guard here, but both players just not willing to stray too far out of their comfort zone. Would have been a real flip of the coin, that engagement. Nonetheless, though, the push is coming in towards A. Rhino sends out the nade. Composed finds 2. That leaves 2 in towards site as the jet rotates down towards ropes. Very strong positions held from Kanga. I don't think Avant will be able to take the round, especially with Mist finding that hit. That said, Major goes big. Unfortunately, could be all too little too late. 41 HP in the bank, can heal back up as well. So if Kanga don't retrade out this effectively, the round could be Avant's.
Yeah, as you said, just got to retrade this. Try and peek him at the same time. They're just going to clear this out. They're so close to each other, it's pretty easy for Major to get the transfer. Gets the second one as well. Kanga have ballsed it up. And Avant have taken a 9-6 lead. That's why you never give up on a round executed perfectly by Major. The 4K, the spike plant, and the clutch all in one nicely tied up package. 18 and 10 as well. Top fragging for Avant, and they're 3 rounds away from match point. Kanga, look at the scoreboard, guys. 6 of the last 7 rounds in favor of Avant. The scoreboard says it's close, but the last 7 rounds says it's extraordinarily one-sided.
The concerning thing for me as well is Psycho, when they played split earlier this afternoon, was the top fragger, in fact. 22 and 11. Now finds themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard. Of course, kills aren't everything in Valorant. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But the fact that when you're playing the Jet, that you're not being able to have a major impact on the scoreboard can hurt a little bit. Hopefully they can find themselves back in this map and give Kanga Esports the leg up that they so desperately need at the moment.
Blocking sight.
Slow push up through mid. Let's just go with the cloud burst, but Psycho was waiting with a shorty in mail. Better from Kanga, just something different. Something that maybe Avant wouldn't be expecting in this sort of round. Shorty at close angle can just be so deadly. And it's so cheap as well. And feels like Avant's attack has now stalled this round.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds
No more
on
charges
board. Kanga are ready for the beat. 3 members will be here very shortly to shut down the execute. Chronic can get Aggro on the side of Cage. Into one, reloads and taken down. Avant need to stick the spike. 10 seconds
10
now.
seconds left.
That timer is looming as Spesh finds one as well. So it is winnable, but the spike needs to be secured. And unfortunately, Major is dropped. Spesh, there's nothing he can do. Maybe try and find a pick on the exit, but it's not going to be enough to take the round. I think Esports finding one back.
Yeah, and a big one too. Just to wrestle back a bit of that momentum that Avant have well and truly capitalized on in, as I said, over the last 7 rounds or so. But now it's super important that they can find a second one, because they haven't found 2 round wins in a row since the 5th round, which was a lifetime ago, at least in this best of 1. They've got the guns, they've got full armor. Just the Bulldog on 1 with Kanga, but Avant are going to have to eco/force buy this round. Got to win this one for Kanga.
A push again coming out from Avant. Spike in the hands of the Cypher. Osvarno again playing in towards his heaven position, unable to have a big impact there on the entry as they get super aggressive. That being Avant, but composed deep in towards site. Make it 3. Completely denies the push. Avant just being torn to shreds. Spesh gets one back, but it might only be a constellation at this point.
And the thing with Compose as well, and I didn't really want to bring it up because I definitely didn't want to be trying to bring him down because I think he's an amazing player, but he really started this series really slow. Bottom fragging for Kanga. Had a couple of really rough rounds. We saw a bad whiff at one point, but this is why you don't let those past rounds get to you. Compose has been so phenomenal in his last couple of rounds with Kanga, and can still just have such a major impact towards the back end of this. So even if you're bottom fragging, guys, even if you're 3 or 4 kills into a 10-round series, you can still come back and aid your team towards the back end. And that's exactly what Compose has been able to do. And that just says a lot about a person and a player. 9-8, Kanga,
no charges.
Right back in this.
It's really starting to feel like this map is going to go all the way. Overtime looming. As Kanga fight themselves back into this map just when it started to feel a little bit like Avant might have been able to get away with a couple more sneaky rounds. That's 2 back for Kanga. Very nice for them, and as you mentioned earlier, some really strong mental fortitude, particularly from some of the players that found it rough. Composed and Psycho, for example, quite strong when they played this map earlier this afternoon, but they can shape themselves back into this one. That'd be very, very scary for Avant.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. No, I'm definitely not counting out Avant by any means, just because Kanga's won a couple of rounds. They've still got a 1-round lead as well, and their attacks have shown that they can get opening cracked with ease. Chronix is just so overwhelmed by that utility. Fortunately, though, Up From Heaven was watching and waiting the rest of Kanga. You got Lakers and Exy out of this one. Mist will take the position at Pillar to get this elimination. No. What was just in the back of B side finds a second one onto Compose too. 1 versus 2 is available now for what end for Avant. And the teleport back through over to Grudge. Still has a minute, cuz could actually rotate all the way to A if he wants to.
Plenty of time. Kanga not moving just as of yet. And the fact that what has gone to mid may suggest he could repath back towards B, but that wouldn't be wise, of course. The minimap, you can see that both members are still in towards B, and that's a very spicy smoke in towards B. And it looks like, despite that, what's going to commit, he's going to regret this when he watches the broadcast back, unless he can somehow pull it off. No, he's got to find one. That's big onto Ozrono. Looks like they will dedicate to the rotate now. It's going to be a battle. Who can really get there first? The Jet can be so quick.
I would have gone back
in that
movement.
movement. No time.
Didn't have time. Yeah,
15 seconds. Has to commit.
Could have tried to fake, take out the trap wire, go back to B, but I think even then the Jet would have hurt him anyway. This is going to be just a clear 1v1, 50-50. Neutral from a... Oh, what was that? Flick headshot into the midair. Psycho. Just superbly played from what overall. Start to finish in that clutch 1v2 from B site to A site. 10-8 for Avant and just gets that motor ticking again.
That's the second 4K we have seen come out from Avant. It was major to get the earlier one, and of course, what then to pick up that one? Couple of big rounds. That one in particular, huge. I'm not sure how they even saw the Jet way up in the sky then, but they did. Very nice clutch in the end. Change of pace now for Avant. Full mid control given to them. Angry Esports trying to hold on towards Heaven.
Yeah, 2 over in sewer for Avant and just making their way over to mid now. So, though what just kind of still lingering around the back of sewer, maybe expecting someone from Kanga to slow push through, but they're playing super defensively. If you look at the minimap, 3 members of Kanga on the A site, or around the A site, just really pushed back. Breach now going to rotate over to B, expecting that push. Going to go up through stairs. Yes, let's try and get a bit of pressure up onto Heaven. Major going to flash. Tracking dart going to be removed. No one's going to push through stairs now. They just clean out one down in hell. Showstopper's going to be used.
I know exactly.
That's going to be coming from stairs, I think, for Kanga Esports. Showstopper didn't find anything in the end.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Rhino shut down. What with the 3K could be another 4K for them. It's Composed left to hold on for another 20 seconds as the rotate's already made on towards a very swift plant from what on the Omen. Avant now need to be mindful that they can just trade this out. This pick doesn't go their way though. That could have spelt disaster, but Spesh comes out on top. Avant to take the round.
It always feels like this is unfair. I'm just going to say that we're seeing these 2 teams playing each other this early on. I'm just going to say it. It's a little bit unfair. I think both of these 2 teams, you put them on sort of either side of each other in this lower bracket and they progress quite a bit further than one of these 2, of course, is going to be eliminated right now in just the lower round 2. Easier said than done, though, but I just feel like, especially based off of yesterday in the play-in stage, both teams made it pretty far. Lake is going to be eliminated by Oz Rhino, though, up from rafters. Kanga, by no means, are out of this just yet. And with that opening frag, even in an eco round, they could now potentially try and find a couple of guns. Composed gets what, and the round that Avant is meant to win, currently losing. Not over yet, but even the stinger from that range is still going to be quite accurate.
Planted.
Composed has found a second one this round. Upgrades to the Phantom. And a 4 versus 2. Surely can't lose this one.
Something special. Chronics though gets the first. It's left to clutch it, but Compose with the 3K closes that one out. Again, it just tightens up once again here with Kanga finding that round. It's a big one.
Change of plans.
11-9 in this best of one. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of these two teams for Rise of Valor. As for the potential winner, they will be moving on to the lower round 3, where they'll be playing the winner of Pants Down and Fury.
Looks like it's going to be a mid take again for Avant. Heavy stack. Control. Not quite forfeited as much as in previous rounds. I believe it was the Jet from Kanga still keeping an eye on this position. Major hits the runner back. Surely was spot the Jet. Misses the shots though. Oh, the Jet's going to get aggressive. I don't think Psycho's been spotted. Does find themselves way back on the ramp though. I thought Psycho went all the way deep in towards mid. Maybe I misread that, but either way, Psycho gets away with their life. Avant now slowly progressing and trying to build upon this map control.
But Avant should know, even though there was no elimination with the runner back, that the numbers advantage for Kanga defensively is stacked more so to the B site. So I'm going to push through ropes. Try and get control over to Heaven. But playing this slow, it almost seems like indecision. Major finds a frag here up to the
30
Heaven.
seconds left.
Can give them control of this B site. Nice headshot onto Psycho. Molly's into the smoke now. Oh, couldn't quite get away. Missed just catching the backside of Major, who was just trying to B-hop back over to the A site. 3 versus 3. 11-9. Avant trying to make the jump down, but Oz Rhino waiting in hell. Should get a second one with the spare. The round's over, surely. 1 versus 2, unless XE finds another clutch for us. 5 seconds time. Has to get the spike down. Is he going to just get rushed? Yeah, knew that. No time to get the spike down and fight back. 11-10. We edge closer and closer to the climax of this match.
Kanga have done a really, really great job here to prevent Avant from finding comfort in being on match point. It's 2 rounds now where they've denied it. They make it a third, the score's even up, and then the pressure is just immense for both teams equally. The stakes in Rise of Valor really haven't been any higher than they have been in this map, so it's important that someone can go big from Kanga. It's Psycho to pop Lakers off the board. They'll have to sit out for the rest of this round. Oh, unlucky to narrowly miss that one. Oh, Spesh! That's not allowed. Missed finally trades it back, but the damage might have already been done.
Yeah, 4-3 in favor of Kanga. Mist has just been amazing. All these players have been amazing. Everyone feels like they've had their mini moment at some point throughout this match, and it's only a best of one. Composed continues the redemption arc for Kanga. What eliminated? Have Avant just stumbled at the final hurdle? They got to 11. 1 short of match point, but Kanga have just bit back. XE and Major middling around through mid, now up through Mail. Spike Cam goes out. XE looking for the headshot. Can't get it onto Chronic. Spike down. It's 11-11, guys.
Oof. That's the reaction I have at the moment for this map. It's a big fat oof. It was difficult to call which way it would go when the map begun, and it hasn't really become much easier as it's progressed. Both teams, of course, in a great position to full buy. Maybe the argument can be made that Kangaroo are at a slight advantage with that second ult on the board, but it's only a negligible advantage at that. The question remains, which team will get that match point first?
Feels like Psycho's just the key to all of this, though. Either an opening frag or dies out to Avant and gives them entryway up into heaven. Flash is going to force the dash back, though, towards Rafters. Nice flash back, though, onto Avant. Major, that was playing with fire, and now he's going to go sit in fire to heal up now. 2 over towards Garage, though, for Avant. B is definitely the focus this round. They'd have to change something up pretty quickly, and unfortunately, Kanga not really reading into this. 3 have gone over to A. This could be disastrous for Kanga Esports unless Psycho gets at least one. Maybe we see another collateral. Forced away from Rafters, though. Psycho's not going to be able to play much of a part just for now. Has to use that Cloudburst to just try and... Oh my goodness! May just walked straight into that barrel. There's 1 left over at Pillar. In fact, so there's 2 left at Pillar for Avant.
30 seconds left.
Psycho gets what now? There is 1 left. Kanga are going to be on match point. Unless Lakers can clutch up a 1v3, that cannot be done. 12-11. Match point. Kanga Esports.
And I mentioned earlier that Psycho went massive on this map earlier this afternoon, but had a little bit of a slow start here against Avant. But if there's any time to show up, it's now. Big round. Despite Psycho still being at the bottom of the leaderboard, I think that round alone, especially if Kanga go on to win this map, will be very much a redemption of that. Ult as well on the board for Psycho, so this could be a very scary round for Avant, who are just trying to hold on here, trying to head this one into overtime.
Is that match point pressure going to be too much for Avant, or have they got something left up their sleeve to force OT? The going has certainly got tough. Early flash, Major avoids most of it. They push through ropes. There's a trap wire down there as well for Kanga Esports. They will have to deal with. You get rid of it now, you kind of stall out, and then probably Kanga don't get as much information as they would like from it. But there's still 1 over towards the garage while Omen is there. They're going to start to push up the ropes now. Ozrano, early headshot. There's the lead. The roll. This is going to be huge. Showstopper as well. It's going to be massive. Very low Ozrano, but the job surely has been done there in terms of being able to deal with that heaven push. Avant have got 1 onto the ace site, but the spike is down in vents. Exy has to get it. Ozrano can see it, literally. Although now it has been grabbed by Exy. Now Exy's got 30 seconds to get back over to B. And they've just lost what? I think Avant have just lost this best of 1. Where's Exy going through sewer over to A? He can even get there in 18 seconds. I don't know the maths here. Can he run there as fast as he can? There's a trap wire anyway. Smash through screens. Headshot onto Mist. Has to just buy
10
time.
seconds left.
So that Exy can get that spike down. Cybercage thrown up. Blocks the sightlines of heaven. Exy just trying to get it down as quick as possible. Smash! Big deny onto Ozrino. Forces the 2 versus 2 to send it to OT potentially. Kanga are low on health as well for the Jet and the Cypher. And trying to retake this. Never mind, sorry, the Jet's full health in Psycho. Gets 1 onto Exy. The second one, no. Special's got 4. Needs the ace to win it. Chronic's on 30 health. Drops down into hell. There's so much time still remaining on that spike, but Chronix will peek it. Chronix will lose it. Spesh with the ace to send it to OT. What a round. A special round for Avant.
That is insane. Oh my word, so many massive frags there from Spesh. My word.
Oh my god.
This is intense. This is crazy. Missed 5 big kills. Actually elevated themselves from the bottom of the leaderboard to the mid-table. That is insane. Very well played.
Massively.
Actually, Yeah, no,
And
sorry,
Spesh.
Spesh would have been second last, or third last. I was actually looking at the bottom, but
Well,
just
it's-
ignore me.
they
Just
they
watch
just
Spesh.
switched.
He's insane.
They just switched, of course, in OT. Avant are now on the defense. Kanga are on the attack, so it's all right. Oh, this does not feel like best of one is going to do this justice. A best of three really is what we needed for this matchup. It is what it is, though. You got to deal with the circumstances at hand. XE was paranoid. Psycho with that elimination for Kanga. Straight on in to that B site. Rotations are going to be slow for Avant. They just lost Major as well. Definitely fresh off the high from that massive clutch from Spesh. But they're gonna be beaten to a pulp in this opening OT round. Is, of course, best of, well, not best of two, sorry. It's a win by two situation for OT. So no, it's not just a golden round here. Even if Kanga win this, they will still have to find a second one to close it out. Psycho, Lakers turns at the right time on to miss. 1v4 required. And Psycho with the Bladestorm confirms it with a 4K. Kanga, edge ahead in OT. Now it's match point for Kanga once again.
Big statement round as well. A confident execute, aggressive. 4 members still up at the very end. In fact, it was on the edge of being a flawless round. Avant, though, now they have the opportunity on their attack to make a statement in return. Of course, economy resets in OT, so teams do have the opportunity to full buy in each and every one of these rounds. Not too many concerns in that department.
Of course, Avant on the attack, down Kanga on the defense as they switch once again. It's big that Kanga were able to get that opening OT round win on their own attack as well. Spesh, do you watch the right side of Mail? He's flashed. Can flash Mail. They're going to check the right-hand side. Psycho with a double. Oh, triple kill! Psycho says, get out of my way! And Avant might be out of the round. They might be out of Rise of Valor. Even after that massive 5k ace from Spesh to force it to OT, they've just been swatted in OT by Kanga. Especially by Psycho there with a 3k of Mail. And as I said, guys, it feels like everyone in this match has had their own mini moments. Every round just feels like a big round. Unfortunately, though, we do have to say goodbye to one. What, though? Is this one last story left in the tail to be told? What over in heaven? Pushing over to Rafters. Exy can provide a bit of crossfire, never mind. Miss gets the headshot into War. They spray Exy through the cyber cage.
30 seconds left.
1v4 is required. And hope is certainly lost now for Avant. I'll swing this at the same time. Chronix just makes sure. Job is done. Kanga Esports take out this lower bracket round 2 match. 14-12 in a nail biter, in a classic. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Avant today for Rise of Valor. They are eliminated. Kanga move on in the lower bracket, and they'll be facing Fury later on.
Whew, I need a breath after that map. A drink of water as well would be great. That was intense. And look, it followed the storyline and the prediction really that we set at the start, and it continued on throughout the map, that it tightened up so close. It's the second overtime that we've seen in the course of the last 2 days. So again, massive congratulations to both teams for putting up such an incredible fight. Heartbreaking, especially for the losers. That ace to keep them in it just wasn't quite enough. Kanga at the very end there, incredibly dominant.
Going to go to a break. When we come back, more games to be had on the other side. B through mid. That's been the play. Reb is going to just watch from one side. Quick triple kill for Rebcrez with a Spectre.
Spotted him, crossfire coming out, so had to take it. But of course, being pushed into that situation, it's very awkward.
Oh, this could be a 3k composed. If they stay composed, it's a 3k indeed. Quick triple headshot.
Then you start to see a lot more like utilities coming into play.
Oh, Skits, that was just clean. Is out. Finally now, they're going to be pushing through Heaven on B side. 1-for-1 trade, and finally it is looking like 3 Kings Esports are going to win a few of these trades. Spike goes down. Tipsy Potato, the Cypher on B.
what kind of is separating them from some of the other jets that we've seen that just stick to primarily operating?
Yep, that's going to be counter. And again, utilizing the dash from the jet with the shorty combined, immediately going to push over to Benz.
Oh my.
Of course, from this sort of position, the shorty is amazing. Look at
Oh
3K
my.
from Kaito. Cannot be stopped right now. We've got 50 seconds here in this round. They're only 3 rounds away from match point. They don't need much to really go their way. They just can't get anything to work. KZR.
Look at KZR.
Double kill with the operator on the back of A site, and it's all to the credit of McTeam, who have been playing superbly on their own defense. That's 3, that's 4.
Oh my
flawless.
goodness.
The arena is insane. The colors,
the colours are...
the huge LED screen.
Okay, hi guys, I am with another fabulous Twitch streamer here. How did you find out about Fortress?
First time I found out about Fortress was just before PAX last year.
It's quite mind-boggling, eh?
Like compared to the photos and like the 3D models you saw online, like it does not compare like at all. Honestly, the PCs here are amazing. The arena is insane. The huge LED screen is
Hell yeah. Did you have a look by any chance at the streaming booths?
I have had a look at the streaming booths.
And what do you reckon?
They look better than my setup at home.
Same for me. I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, I really want this gear now.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Like, can I just take those key lights and I just...
Yoinkies! Yoinkies!
I want to have my birthday here, so that'll be a lot of fun.
We're all invited. There you go. You heard it here first. We're invited!
Hey, it's Raw Genesis here. We're going through some weird times at the moment where we have to social distance, but we want to remain social at the same time. What better way to do that than play a part together? I've been playing a lot more co-op games recently so that I could stay social and stay safe at the same time. What have you been doing to play a part together? Let me know in the replies down below, and stay safe.
Now let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everybody. We are returning to the upper bracket. Coming up soon will be the upper bracket final. One of those two teams will go through to the finals, of course, here for Rise of Valor, which is an official Valorant Ignition series presented to you by Fortress Melbourne and powered by Alienware. Guys, the last chance qualifiers. This here is not the last chance for either of these two teams. Of course, as we kind of dipped down to the lower bracket, we've seen some teams eliminated. From this point now, though, everyone's at least in the prize money. And as we head back up to the final two teams in the upper bracket, it's this chance now to qualify directly for the finals.
That's exactly right. And on top of that, we're jumping into best of threes as well now for the remainder of the afternoon, which is always great to see. Who knows what the results are going to be, though. If the last map is anything to go off, it's going to be super close.
Let's go and have a look at the bracket and see how things have shaped up throughout the day so far for the last chance qualifiers. Ground Zero versus No Tick kind of gives it away. That's the two teams we will be watching very shortly. Down into the lower bracket, you can see Rip and Tear and Magic 5 waiting for the results between Kanga Esports and Fury. And on the other side, Dire Wolves and Mind Freaks. So not too many teams now remain here for the Rise of Valor, especially considering when we started at 455 teams, guys. It's dwindled down, and as I said, at least everyone from here on out has got a bit of prize money to take home.
That's exactly right. But of course, only 4 can make it into the finals, and the two teams on screen are fighting it out for their chance at that opportunity. Ground Zero v No Tick. As you mentioned earlier, it's going to be a best of 3 as well, a lot on the line. Fortunately for both these teams, as you alluded to earlier, they do have that second chance. But I mean, if you can make that run through the upper bracket, that's obviously going to be a very big positive, because that lower bracket, as we saw earlier, is still stacked with some very impressive teams.
Yeah, and look, for Ground Zero's sake as well, they had a really big run yesterday, right? So they made it all the way down to the lower bracket final. They went into that best of 3 with Team Launch, and it went the distance as well. They won that first map and then it unfortunately lost the next 2. So, like, they might end up being a bit tired coming into today. You just wonder if that's going to have any sort of impact in this matchup. Of course, it is best of 3, so if there is one map that goes a bit haywire, then they get another one that they can sort of back themselves into to try and take it. Look, you said it, this is going to be a close one. It's hard to sort of predict who's going to walk out as winners. I think you can make a case. We could probably be here all day to make a case for both teams, Ground Zero or No Tick, as to who can win it. All I say is that both of them can win it, and I think either of these two teams would be deserved winners.
That's exactly right. I mean, we did get to see a little bit of No Tick, in fact, earlier this afternoon. If they can carry on some of that good form and some of the good glimpses we saw then, maybe there'll be a chance. But Ground Zero, on paper, is probably just edging out a little bit, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. Anything can change here in open qualifiers, or an open qualifier format. So we'll just have to wait and see, as I think we're ready to jump into the first map, Mr. Xenox.
Well, first, let's look at the map Veto and see how that's all broken down. Of course, for the best of 3, we will be seeing, at the very least, 2 of these maps. It's a matter of which one we won't be seeing at all whatsoever, which is going to be Split, which we've already seen today, so I don't mind seeing that one take it out. It does mean we are going to be seeing at least 2 of the other 3 maps. Obviously, at a minimum, Ascent will be our first map. No Tick attacking, Ground Zero will be defending, and our second map will be Haven, where then it switches Ground Zero attack and No Tick will defend first. If we do, in fact, need all 3 maps to separate these two teams, it will be Bind to be the deciding map. Ground Zero attacking first and No Tick defending first.
Keen to see these maps on the board. I'm probably on the same camp as you. Happy not to see Split again, as we just had to endure, although it was very fun, 26 rounds in the last matchup. So keen, of course, to see that switched up. Not exactly sure in terms of stats what team is favored necessarily on each of these lineups. Again, as we're expecting, it's going to be quite close. Wouldn't be surprised if we do end up heading all the way to bind, which will be that third and final map.
Final predictions, I guess, before we sort of jump into this best of 3 series. You said you were leaning towards Ground Zero?
I think it will be a tight 2-1. That could, of course, go either way. Ground Zero, I think, might just have the edge, but No Tick is still an incredible team in their own right as well. So if they show up here, it's going to be very, very tight to call.
I'd probably say my expectation from this best of 3 is that we go to all 3 maps. But I don't know if I can sit here and look at you guys in the camera and say I know who's going to win it, because I have no idea who's going to win this one. Ground Zero looked really good yesterday. They went up 1-0 against him, launching the lower bracket final. They could have easily won that and then would have had to avoid playing today altogether. So, and in fact, I even said yesterday that I thought Ground Zero would be one of the teams making it to the finals when it was all said and done. So they can accomplish that here right now. If they win this now, they can be spared a few more hours of having to play out another long day after, of course, going the distance yesterday. But they do lose this, guys. If they do lose to No Tick here, they will have to drop down to the lower bracket and play a whole bunch more best of 1s and then another best of 3, provided they make it to the lower bracket final.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You don't want to drop down to that lower bracket. Not only does it then add on that pressure of the fact that you could be completely eliminated from Rise of Valor, but it does increase the volatility. The fact that it is the best of 1 format can make things quite tricky. On top of that, it only increases the amount of game time that you are going to be spending today. If you add that on top of yesterday as well, that's quite a lot of Valorant, even for some of these players who I'm sure spend a lot of time practicing, but officials, they're obviously a completely different story. So the best you can do is try and avoid that lower bracket, secure your position in that upper bracket, and that will bode well for you come the end of the afternoon.
As for No Tick, I feel like they can be a bit up and down yesterday in the playing stage. They defeated Kanga Esports, but then they lost to Avant in the lower bracket quarterfinal. So they haven't been able to get to a best of 3 series so far, No Tick. That's only been the best of 1s. They got close to doing so in the playing stage, but they ran into ExoClan, which is by far and away probably considered the best team right now after the way they decimated Team Launch in the upper bracket final in the playing stage. So for No Tick as well, this is going to be their first opportunity to go into a best of 3, whereas Ground Zero have already had this experience from yesterday playing in a best of 3.
That's exactly right. Again, so hard to call though. First map, I think, will probably set the pace. So keen to see which one can get the edge.
Well, no more mucking around. Let's get into this best of 3 between our 2 teams in the upper bracket. Ground Zero versus No Tick. On to Ascent we go first up. And really feels like strap yourselves in, because we could go the distance here. All 3 maps could be where we eventually head by the end of it when it's all said and done.
Could well be the case as we fly into the map. Of course, No Tick starting on the attack. Ground Zero on the defense. In terms of operator compositions, we are in fact going to see Killjoy on the board once again this afternoon. We saw a bit of Killjoy yesterday. Don't believe we've seen any Killjoy so far today. No Tick not following that up with a Killjoy of themselves, instead opting to bring that Cypher to try and hold site.
Autumn was the superstar from yesterday, if you recall, Guz. Massive moments for Ground Zero. As for No Tick, I think Ninim's probably the one to watch for No Tick.
Spike planted.
Straight onto this A site. Couple in hell, spike down nice and early. Ground Zero going to give the pinch, sending through over towards A now. Kane with a quick double onto Kamsi and Pixel. Deco's just going to be watching from hell, but now forced out. Along with that was Paranoid as well. There's a nice headshot on the Diggy Dog from Disco. And while No Tick was able to get onto the site early, get the spike down, Ground Zero with a nice retake.
Change of plans. It's all the way to start off proceedings. Ground Zero, of course, as we Mentioned earlier, no strangers to the BO3 format after enduring it yesterday. Guess that has both its pros and cons. One, they might be a little bit more experienced in this format in comparison to no tick, but on the flip side, maybe a little bit more tired. Of course, officials can really take it out of you mentally, having to be so focused for such a long period of time, and it's beginning to get to that moment as the afternoon really progresses, that any lapse in concentration can prove to be very costly.
Well, it's also the best thing about a best of 3, though. You can have a few lapses, and it's not the end of the world that you do lose one map. This guy's going to try and peek that. If it was wide. Nicely done onto Pixel, who just got a bit too close. Clear out from Autumn. And another clean round from Ground Zero.
Heading into this game, two key players to highlight really are Autumn for Ground Zero, Ninum from No Tick, both with some very solid stats on the board. In fact, both of them on a very similar amount of damage per round on average, 150. Ninum edging out in terms of KD, 1.69, which is nice.
Keep up.
If he can keep that up, could well put No Tick in a great position, and seen previously when those big players can step up, especially when it matters later these maps, can prove quite costly for the opponent. No Tick able to trade that first pick out. Zencoco on site. Sprays down one. How many more is the question? The answer is none. 3 on 3.
Yeah, job done. At least traded 1 for 1 in the end. Fight goes down for No Tick. Second time, well, third time now. Grand Zero just going to come in from B main. They get one over at alleyway as well. Ninum. Aggressive position. Good find the double. They both swing past. Nice wall bang onto Ninum from Disco. Plays that perfectly for Ground Zero now to try and retake this. Both members of No Tick sitting inside of the boathouse. Kamsi with a big frag. Still need to find a couple more. Spike is slowly ticking down. And both Digidog and Kamsi come up clutch in the must-win round. Third round done. 2-1. Well, we've got the formalities out the way, guys. Now it's time to play some Valorant.
That's exactly right. Time to slowly start easing ourselves into what could be a long-fought contest between these two teams. Of course, keeping in mind that the teams do have an opportunity throughout the best of 3 to speak to their coaches outside of map time. So that is why we do end up having the 10-minute break between the maps, which we'll see later. Gives an opportunity for this team to consult with those coaches, those 6 members of the team. Really allows them to refine any of the problems that might arise in these early maps.
B's usually the focus here for Ascent from what we've seen in the Rise of Valor so far.
Get out of my way!
Compared to A site, it's usually the go-to. Rush through B main, try and smoke off market. We'll get the alleyway as well. Pixel just going to use that boost through the windows as well. Try and find something, but Zencoco with a nice frag. 2 for 2 trades though, 3v3. Minute remaining on the clock. It's going to be another spike plant for No Tick.
Spike planted.
Clutchy from CT side. It's going to be a missed shot.
3 on 3 retake. Obviously winnable still for the defense. Tricky site to hold, particularly considering how deep No Tick find themselves in towards that said site. Ninum. Played. Oh, that was ill-advised. Ground Zero now on the back foot. No Tick able to hold on, but they're both deep inside of both. Clutchy. Good come up. Big. Wasn't meant to be though. Digidog with the 3k, and that evens out the scoreboard.
It's the dynamic duo in the boathouse that come up big again there. Kamsi, Digidog. Doing well for No Tick in those last 2 rounds. I just think Ground Zero probably going to try and make it a bit tougher for No Tick to push through B main the way they've been able to do so.
That goes there.
Seeing the Sage picked up by Pixel. Apparently, No Tick haven't scrimmed for a week. And so they're kind of still stuck in the Sage meta. And look, it kind of works for Ascent more than a lot of the other maps because you've got so many boost options. You got a good sightline down mid that you can boost. Of course, the one in B main. And it's not like Sage is completely horrible, guys, but obviously nerfed heavily.
And meanwhile, gunfight ensues towards A short. Clutchy on top with the Stinger. Nice pick there for Ground Zero. Mid controller given to no tick, and that barrier orb, in fact, will make this push in towards market a little bit more secure. That said, though, it also telegraphs the push potentially to Ground Zero, who are now aware of it. Diggy Dog drops Clutchy, though. No tick in a really good position to rotate potentially Ninum as well, finding a great pick.
Yeah, now they can push through B main. They've got CT side to still look at. Just overcovering that, but with the market control, B main control. Intriguing though. I'm going to rotate away from B main, and Ninum just keeps finding frag after frag with the operator.
30
4-2
seconds
advantage
left.
in this round, and if no tick continue on and win it, it's going to be 3-2 and 3 rounds in a row. And with Pixel getting Zenkoko, Autumn as the solo on the Reyna. We haven't seen much Reyna throughout the rise of Valour, every now and then, but not a staple.
A little bit more of a solo agent, if you would. Other agents can bring a little bit more in terms of team play, but a strong Reyna obviously can be incredibly dominant. So keep your eye on Autumn for the remainder of this map. Ults now, of course, starting to progress. 4 on the side of Ground Zero heading into round number 6. Interested to see how aggressive they will be with those ults. Sometimes we see teams selling for a little bit. Coco, meanwhile, spraying down the B main push. Doesn't really find its mark, though. Autumn is close by, maybe to find theirs, and does. That's the Sage off the board.
Yeah, that's much better. The amount of pressure now they're putting on B main compared to the first couple of rounds. Upgrading from the Eris to the Odin as well for Zenkoko. Hunter's Fury is going to find a lot of members in there as well. There's going to be the final Hunter's Fury shot from Seiko, though, onto Zenkoko before Zenkoko could get theirs off. Clutchy holding the CT side spawn.
Cover going out.
Interesting smoke. Just going to block off B main, but still a minute on the clock for no tick if they want to rotate over to A. Although the problem with that is Killjoy sitting on that A site, and there's also the breach sitting in wine. B is definitely the play for no tick.
4 on 4. Both teams taking a little bit of a sit rep, but it won't be that long. As time is ticking down. Short push seems to be the call for no tick. Disco there is there to greet them. All the take is maybe 1 or 2 picks, and the entire attack will be dislodged off screen as well. Autumn can find one. Disco with their second shot, still raining out no tick. The single jet left to retreat. That, of course, is Ninum. 50 HP in the bank.
10 seconds left.
Just trying to keep this operator in the hands of the team.
Yeah, smart from Ninum just to save this. It's a long series, but it's also going to be a long map. 3-3. Ground Zero just stopped this little 3-round streak for no tick. Definitely better, though, from Ground Zero defending that B main push. Putting a bit more pressure. We saw the Killjoy on the A site in the last round, but now Killjoy's come back over to B, setting on up.
This is going to be fun.
3 on A. Just the mind games, the expectant nature that, alright, they've struggled a little bit on B 2 rounds in a row. To see if they're going to go A. Killjoy's so strong on this map as well.
Mid control has been obtained pretty much for free for no tick. In fact, Pixel finding themselves all the way up towards mid, of course, next to market.
There's no mid control though. This is the only downside to the way Ground Zero have probably played this. They've allowed Sage and Pizza. go all the way to CT spawn as well from here and get a lot of control. But Clutchy was waiting and watching to see if anyone was going to creep through mid, and will punish Pixel. Would have been Tree waiting for the push to come. This is the shot. Big opportunity there for Ground Zero, but they're already up 5-3 in the round in terms of players alive, so not too much skin off the nose of Autumn there for missing that shot. It's going to be an A push, but a desperate one, and certainly not going to be clean.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the board. Still more utility being expended by both teams. Smokes place. They try and find them in towards like no tick though. Oh, they're greeted by Autumn. The operator in hand is enough to shut that one down. No time left now really for no tick to go for a second execute.
10 seconds
I don't think
left.
they really want to in a 2-on-5. Instead, retreating back. Again, trying to save this weaponry. Kamzi does have an operator in hand. Trying to keep that in the pool for the team. Might even be able to find an exit. That's how aggressive Ground Zero get. Could have, but didn't.
Yeah, not boding well now for no tick though. The Ground Zero have just kind of things a bit to deal with that B main push, and you just wonder how many more plays have no tick got to try and now navigate a lot more pressure on the B site being placed by Ground Zero, and if they can overcome that. I'd like to see 2 pushing through mid from no tick, just try and put a bit of pressure on the Omen of Clutchy. Although, I mean, look at the amount of, you can see it on the minimap really, the utility placed by the Killjoy, and just makes it so difficult with its B main push now.
Take flight.
Now drone from Zenkoko. Sage is going to boost up the barrier orb. Zenkoko is well primed if anyone's going to come down that little alleyway. Disco, the Nano Swarm eventually takes out Kamzi. That's what I'm talking about in terms of the utility. Try and just brute force your way through it. It's not going to go well. Disco finds another 3K. Well, I'll repeat myself. If you try and just brute force your way through it, it's not going to go well.
Really strong setup there from Ground Zero. A lot of utility being utilized, making that brute force push, as you mentioned, very tricky. Eventually, it's probably going to get to the point where no tick are a little bit afraid to push through B main, and of course forces them through mid and A. And Ground Zero can adapt accordingly. Disco as well, the first player to reach the double digits in the frag department on that Killjoy, having a significant impact not only in that frag department, but also just slowing down this entire attack in general.
Just doesn't seem to be much importance put on mid control for no tick at the moment. A couple of times they've gone down through mid. Saw Pixel go into pizza at one point. Autumn's well primed here, well placed. You'd think to get a good shot, but that's a good smoke.
Run.
Smoke off heaven. Ninim's going to be aggressive. This is where lockdown, though, can be so strong. It basically just says, no, you can't plan. What are you going to do now? You have to just back out, go towards spawn side, back into that alleyway. And it allows Ground Zero to now set up for this A site. If anything, Notic should have just maybe rotated straight for the B site, because A is completely defended now.
Of course, the only problem again with B is the amount of utility that has already been dumped there, so it's really
30 seconds left.
difficult no matter which site they decide to push. Disco finds yet another for Ground Zero. Diggy Dog might be onto something, finding one, but so with that timer just dwindling. Coco gets one pain as well. Kamzi left again here just to try and salvage around a couple of exits and maybe hold on to this weapon. Does find 2. Might have been winnable had there been a little bit more time, but regardless, Autumn does find the pick.
Yeah, just really impressed right now by Ground Zero, and I know we kind of called that this series could go both ways. They're just looking a bit sharper right now on Ascent. Of course, it is a best of 3 if you've just tuned in. Even if Ground Zero kind of sweep their way through Ascent, it's not going to be job done ultimately. Of course, we still have got Haven to come after this, regardless of what happens.
Get out of my way!
Bomb grenade out.
Of course, whoever does lose this, though, not even out of the tournament, they'll drop down into the lower bracket final. So, from best of 3 to best of 3. No more best of 1s for either of these two teams. Seiko with a double kill. Coco, the back towards Boathouse, finds his 3rd overall for the round. Autumn pushing through market. Khan, who's the only one that remains with the Raycon Bolt revealing his location. He was doomed. 7-3, and this is just getting away from Notic now.
The defensive setups from Ground Zero proving at the moment to be very difficult to penetrate. Again, when the switch of halves occurs, the switch of sides, we could well see similar setups from Notic that are difficult to progress through. Only time will tell, I guess. It is time really for Notic though to try and at least salvage a round or 2 for the remainder of this half, because Ground Zero at the moment have built up a significant lead. It hasn't really felt like Notic have been close in any of the rounds at all. Such a dominant defense. Kicking things off there with that first pick helps. The flash as well there onto Ninum, preventing that sniping play on the boost. And Coco meanwhile could well find a second for their team. That's big. Notic surely can't come back from this round.
Well, not over yet. 3-4's not impossible. You just don't really have good position towards either of the sites. B's kind of open.
Shadows traveling.
Killjoy's utility placed more on the A site. D-Dog though very focused on pushing through tree. You see though, Jet just rotating back towards B main. Do they elect to go up through mid? Or at least send one through mid? It looks like all 3 are just going to go B main again. 35 seconds remaining. Haven't really made too much noise, so Ground Zero will be late to rotate over to the B site once
30 seconds left.
Do make their way in. Smoke off that alleyway. There's the teleport though into Boathouse for no tick, so ultimate used by the Omen. Ninum stays behind, gonna watch and see if anyone comes from that CT side spawn.
Nowhere to run.
1 coming through market. 2 from CT side spawns, and Coco somehow Hunter's Fury finds Seiko. Ninum though was watching and waiting for the market push from Disco. Finally planted. Got frag there. Was paranoid. Oh my goodness, that was clean from Ninum. And at the same time, Diggy Dog had found a frag too. Reyna, who was coming late from the A site, is very much late to the party. 1 versus 2, plenty of time though on the spike.
Surely Notic can trade this one out there. Not expecting Autumn to be on this side though. Could catch these attackers off guard. That's 1. Where's the retrade? It's not quite there. Autumn surely can swing this. Oh, they're dancing. They're dancing. Autumn can't find the pick, but does in the end. Got it. Time though. Surely not. I don't think it's going to be there.
I think it's like 0.1 seconds. Oh,
nah.
no. It's more like 1 second.
0.7. Oh, close. Great effort.
Last round in the half.
Wow. No tick, get a very big win though, guys, out of that round. And even then, the round that they've won is still very close to going against them. It does stop the 5-game momentum streak for Ground Zero though, 7-4. Best of 3 though, you want to make sure you don't kind of get blown off the park in the first map. Even if you lose it, you can obviously still get back into it in the very next map. It's all about making sure you don't get tilted, you can't drop your heads, can't give up. And because of that mentality, even at 7-4, this map's not over. Notic win this round, 7-5 at the half on their attack, and then they switch over to the defense. It's not bad for Notic.
Execute. Good way to start things off. 5-3 advantage in the round. Plenty of time to get in towards the side and get this plant down if they're quick. The rotate from Ground Zero still lagging behind a little bit as they try to time that themselves. Site control obtained. Spike going down. Autumn narrowly misses the first of those operator shots and pays the price. Seiko with that wallbang, and Notic should secure the last 2 rounds of this half. And look, I think that's a pretty decent takeaway considering the position that they could have found themselves.
Yeah, 100%. 7-5 for half of the set. Horrible. Disco tries to play hero, but he's shut down by Seiko. Well, that's the half finalized. 7-5. Not a bad effort, all things considered. Of course, Ground Zero won the pistol round in the first half. That's proving the difference right now.
This is a nice spot.
It's kind of hard to sort of remember back, but NoTick did win 3 in a row to make it 3-2 at the start of that first half, and then Ground Zero went on their 5-game winning streak, or 5-round winning streak. What have Ground Zero got to bring to the table, though, in terms of their attack now here on Ascent? And this is also where, while Killjoy's still not a bad agent, guys, not going to be as effective on the attack compared to defense.
For you.
100%. Let's see how this first round will kick off in the second half. Ground Zero with the lead, looking to hold on, looking to get that first map win in the best of 3. Pixel though, runs the opener, NoTick arms on towards sight, finds 1, Sal, make it 2. This is a clean round from NoTick, trying to establish some control early in the second round after what was a little bit of a disappointing first half. They did recover eventually, but probably not what they would have liked. Either way though, they now have this opportunity to redeem themselves. If they do indeed close out this round, they'll take the next as well, and just like that, the scoreline will be even.
No, I mean, I think, look, losing 5 rounds in a row is never ideal, but the fact that they won 5 attacking rounds on Ascent with a Killjoy on defense, it's probably well past the pass mark. That's not bad from NoTick, but of course you've got to now do the work yourself on your own defense here to capitalize on that. It's very easy to get the attacking rounds and then say, all right, now we switch to defense. Might be easier, but still got to get the job
30
done.
seconds left.
Still got to win this round. It's not over yet either. 1 in Boathouse, 1 close by to market, and they've just absolutely got past Diggy Dog. The last second, Warden does get Diggy Dog. Calmsy on the sack though. Boathouse finds a 3rd kill on the round. And we'll make that a 4K for Calmsy. Win the pistol round, 7-6, and NoTick should very well make it 7-7 in the next round.
Looks like it'll be another close map here on Ascent. Could well be shaping up for another overtime, potentially here in the afternoon. Still though, a lot of rounds to be played. A lot could go right and a lot could go wrong for either of these teams.
Here.
Looks like Zero might try and get something going in towards the mid. Great work to disrupt Ninum. Very good work indeed. Of course, that sniper in hand could have posed some issues for the attack, who likely aren't going to have the best weaponry for that range of engagement. That said, Ground Zero now getting quite aggressive in towards mid. Maybe trying to shape up for a market push, or maybe even go all the way in towards A.
Nice snipe from Ninum onto Zenkoko. Mid push could be the play. Clutch, you're just going to slowly walk on up. Diggy Dog, though, waiting in market. Spectre in hand. Anyone gets close to Diggy Dog here, you think he'll probably get 1 or 2 kills. Depends on if they spot him. Oh, they just all looked at him and then all looked away. Sandwich in the middle of that smoke between Diggy Dog and Pixel. The quickest 4 kills you'll ever see. 7-7 and NoTick have tied it back up, but Ground Zero can buy into this round to try and retake the lead.
Flawless round on the board. But the end result, really what we expected in terms of NoTick taking those first 2 rounds, as we so often see.
I'll find them.
Keen to see how the Ground Zero respond in this round. What do they do to win one back? That's not a great way to start things off. Ninum, given the freedom to peek mid on this occasion, does find that pick. It's a comfort pick for No Tick, who now do have that man advantage. For the remainder in the round, Seiko taken low, but does survive.
Over through catwalk now for Autumn. Just going to clear out this cubby. Maybe take a peek into tree.
Cover going out.
Hesitant to push into mid.
The spike.
He's going to make the call now. Checks right side. Pixel was on the left side. Throws up a barrier orb. Expecting more to follow quickly. Actually missed the first low orb. Got the second one more correctly placed to deny mid control. Spike is down though, of course. So this is going to be a near impossible round now for Ground Zero from here. Pixel with a good relocation gets Kane off guard. Smoke dissipates and Pixel finds a third onto Autumn. Nice headshot. For the round that Ground Zero were meant to really win, guys, is the way it usually goes after the first 2 rounds of half. That just got swept aside pretty easily by No Tick in the end.
And we theory crafted a little bit that maybe No Tick would be able to bring such strong holds to these sites like we saw from Ground Zero in the first half. And I mean, so far the storyline may well go that way. Ground Zero, just like their opponents, finding it quite tricky to break through this utility and actually have an impact in towards side. On top of that, No Tick as well, getting those opening picks, making it even more difficult for the attack of Ninum. Gets this one again. Very bad for Ground Zero. Does. That's a great shot. Make it 2. Ground Zero just cannot shut Ninum down.
Yeah, Ninum's been star player for No Tick. Disco spraying into the smoke, but it's more effective from Disco.
Spike planted.
Pixel's been good as well for No Tick. Shock dart up into heaven. Ineffective. Pixel just fell back for the time being. Clutchy up on the box. In a prime position to just pop up and find a double with a stinger, and then does just that onto Kamsi and Pixel. Smoke off the generator. Ninum the hero can't make the play. And the round that Ground Zero were meant to win, they lose. The round they were probably meant to lose, they're going to win. Unless Digidog finds a 1v3. Spiked off with a weak headshot. Clutchy though from Generator. Confirms the thrifty round for Ground Zero and a much needed win. 8-8. All tied up. First map of this best of 3.
Really important that Ninum shut down at least somewhat here. In fact, looking back through Ninum's match history over, I believe, the last 2 days, hasn't gone negative in a single match. And that's also including when they lost 8-3 to ExoClan and still went 22-15. So Ninum seemingly having an impact in every single map that they play. Critical that Ground Zero try and mitigate that as much as possible, surely. Oh my goodness, that would have been devastating if Ninum had to hit that.
Killjoy just going to creep up in B main, grab that ult orb. Lockdown is still actually a very strong ultimate on the attacking side for Killjoy. Basically has the same effect on as it does for defense. Obviously, as a defender, you'll use it, try and make sure that Spike can't be planted, and it's the opposite effect on the attack. Clear out the site of any defenders and basically get a free push onto a site once every few rounds. Spike down mid again, it's going to block off the site Pixel, but can barrier orb up? There is that lockdown that is going to be used, and on the minimap you can see how much of the B site is completely overwhelmed. Is that in for Kamsi? We're about to find out if Kamsi can actually... no, he's detained. Yeah.
Rip.
They should actually know, because they can clear out the B site pretty quickly, so Kamsi's going to be eliminated by Kane.
30 seconds left.
Due to being detained, of course, you can't really move, you can't shoot, you can't do anything.
Spike planted.
Spike is planted by Kane. Destroys the recon bolt. 2 versus 3, still in favor of No Tick. Ninum with the Blade Storm, headshot into Disco, runs around, left click spam onto the corpse of Kane as well, just to rub it in. No Tick, once again, going to take the lead, 9-8.
Good round there. able to recover against the lockdown, which did pose a significant threat to No Tick. But of course, at least outside of Carmsy and whoever the other agent was, to unfortunately be detained, the team was able to just set up for the retake, and it proved to be quite overwhelming in the end.
Look at the scoreboard though, guys, in the last 7 rounds, 6-1.
Yep. Someone from Ground Zero really has to step up. It has been Ninham for No Tick. Who's it going to be for Ground Zero? Someone needs to be having that impact on the scoreboard. That said, Ninham, they try and disrupt them, but Disco, who I believe in fact is the top fragger for Ground Zero, now take it out, so this round already looking a little bit rough. A lot of utility as well dumped in towards A that the attack will need to deal with.
Shot down.
Still 3 members of No Tick just kind of lollygagging around over in City's spawn. Sova has just made their way over to Heaven on A. And that's where this desperate push is going to come from for Ground Zero with the trio. Pixel's going to actually revive Diggy Dog back over on the B side. So they're actually going to be coming in late. What a wallbang on the Carmsy in hell. This is not bad from Ground Zero. Late reinforcements for No Tick over to the site. Ground Zero should get the spike down. 2 in hell. One over to Generator. Ninham's here though. Ninham's here to save today with a wallbang on the Zen Coco. Ace is still a potential here for Ninham. Could happen. Now it can't happen because Pixel just got the elimination off the Autumn. Clutchy's going to be a bit late for the spike to go down. 1 versus 2. They come up Clutch, the 2 for No Tick over in Heaven. Clutchy can now reposition over to the Generator.
Clutchy also with the ultimate as well, if they decide to use it, could be significant in how this round plays out, but it looks like it'll just be a traditional trade out, but No Tick, what are they doing? It doesn't quite work out.
Oh, he's got it, surely.
Clutchy can swing it. Hits the shot. Oof, 4K in the end. Ninham tried to be a little bit cheeky there. No Tick, less than desirable timing on that trade, unfortunately for them, but it does even out the scoreline.
Yeah, well played from Clutchy. Good position at the Generator, denying the sight lines. No Tick had no idea where he placed himself. And just kind of dropped the bundle a little bit there, did No Tick. Should have probably won that round. Well played to Clutchy, though. It just feels like this map has just been 2 massive momentum swings from both teams. Ground Zero had 5 in a row. No Tick had 6 of 7. But as we get down to the nitty-gritty into the last couple of rounds, it's 9-9, and now this back and forth playstyle has shown itself. Pixel gets 1, Ninham gets a 2nd down catwalk. No Tick up 5-3 in the round, looking to redeem themselves from that last round.
Coco. Ooh, gets lit up. Shock darts being sent out. Hunter's Fury still in the bank as well, and Seiko is in a very compromised position. Inside of Howl, only 8 HP in the bank. Sage though can assist. Offers the healing orb. Back up to 68 HP now. Meanwhile, Ninham's back towards short. Oh, that's a good disruption. Seiko though is there to cover. Well played there by No Tick. 2 on 5. Full Ground Zero, make it a 1 on 5. It's now the Omen with the spike in hand.
30 seconds left.
Nothing that can really be done here. Trying to maybe just find a big 4-2, but flawless round for No Tick.
We cracked double digits too. 9-10 in favor of No Tick. And it's still just so close to call. Still back and forth. Definitely a more even spread of kills on the side of Ground Zero. Ninham leading the way for No Tick. Yesterday, though, it was all Autumn. Autumn's 12-12 today. Just been brought down a peg compared to how amazing they were in the play-in stage. They can still have some very clutch moments towards the end here that could turn the tide for Ground Zero. 3 committed to B site for No Tick. One down mid, one over at A. Ground Zero going to unlock this defense.
Aggressive Omen through mid. Likely will be spotted out by the recon drone and is. Our drone rather, as Pixel is holding that position. Slow orb does go out.
Cover going up.
Clutchy's actually inside of market. One to the hard right. Oh! Dog gets caught off guard. Down Clutchy. Gun some more sprays. Hit the mark. There is one in Boathouse. Clutchy can surely find that. Oh, the Pixel cover. Kamzi goes big. That's two. Neural theft as well can be used. Reach for
30
ground
seconds
zero.
left.
Left in the 1-on-2.
What can Kane do from here? Doesn't have full information. He can just swing this. Oh, what a flick headshot from Kane though. 7 seconds left. Has the spike, has to plant it. Fakes the plant. Goes for the headshot win. Kane clutch. Indeed. 10-10. How does No Tick lose that?
Kane. Woof. Well, just when it seems like one of these teams might begin to build any sort of lead, it seems to just keeps coming crashing down. 10-10 the score. Shaping up for maybe another overtime here, Xenox. Surely it felt like that. Particularly the last 4 or 5 rounds where it has once again continued to tighten up.
Bladestorm activated for Nidham. Now drone just going to land the tracking dart onto Nidham. Rotates over towards tree, expecting to push through from catwalk. We'll just holding garden now. But I like this from No Tick. Not taking peeks they don't have to, not pushing forward if they don't have to. Definitely more defensive this round, and definitely saying to Ground Zero, you're going to be the ones that have to be the aggressors here. We're not just going to run into you. One smoke down mid, one smoke blocking off the alleyway. Oh, Ninim's just turned at the last second. You just see the left click spam here. Gets one headshot onto Disco. Falls back. The paranoia was effective, but just a little too late. Autumn has pushed through, now onto the site and picked up Seiko. Ninim's just making sure that there's not any late stragglers coming from catwalk. Confirmed that. Clutchy now waiting around in tree. Does get the elimination onto Ninim, but refrag immediately though from Digidog, and he'll up from Pixel and can be revived by Pixel is Ninim. 3 versus 2. Clutch round.
Both players from Ground Zero stuck inside. No chance to rotate out. Ninim swings one set. Coco needs to go huge. But Digidog finds that pick. No Tick will take the round. A successful retake. A timely retake, and only 2 of their members dropped in the process.
Ooh, 11-10. Obviously, all the momentum is still with No Tick when you look at that scoreboard. Every now and then, Ground Zero have been able to find one out, and the last 5 rounds has been back and forth. Yes, one here, one there, one here, one there, but on the defense side of things here on Ascent, very close now to match point. You just feel that the momentum and the favor is No Tick. Maybe an A rush just to catch No Tick off guard. Pushing through A main. Smokes are going to go up onto Heaven along with Tree being smoked off as well. It will be a very, very quick push. Lots of utility used from Ground Zero onto the site. They're going to go for the generator default plant. Ninim just has to break down this door, open up Tree. Hunter's Fury used from Stiko. I think landed the first shot, but missed the next 2. Teleport over to Pizza. For Ground Zero's Omen, Clutchy Going for a very long rotate. Just keeps it into the back of the minds of Notic. They look to its back over to CT spawn as well. And lockdown to make it play. Clutchy does get Kamzi. And the teleport ultimate effective. Ground Zero get a second one. Digidog though hunted Clutchy down. Back over towards mid. Back we go to Heaven now. Time is still ticking away. Lockdown is over. Checks generator. Nicely done from Seiko. And Pixel got one into Hell. 2 over still in A main. The last two for Ground Zero. Digidog gets one through the smoke. Seiko just pushing on through. Digidog gets a 3K. Notic get the round win. And they got match point.
Such a great retake there from Notic. Not only did they have to contend with the lockdown, but there were still so many players left when they actually got themselves back in towards the site. They cut off long really effectively. Both the barrier orb and the smokes as well to cover. That was extremely well played. Digidog in particular going huge right at the end. Big round for Notic. They find themselves now on match point. That pressure now on the shoulders of Ground Zero.
This opening frag is just so important. And they shut out Nidham, who always finds a way to get involved in these rounds. Almost feels like a guaranteed 1 to 2 kills from Nidham alone. Hanging around tree. This looks like it's going to be a mid push. Something we haven't seen too much here on Ascent. Just sitting into pizza for now. Keeping an eye on Market. Nidham opening frag. There it is. Called it. Although there's still a lot of presence over here in mid. Once that smoke dissipates, Pixel's going to have a good sight line. Jumps off the barrier orb. Seiko, the shock dart takes out Disco. 4 versus 3. Can Ground Zero get back into this?
Under a minute to go. Ground Zero need to shape up for something. Hopefully find a trade back for their sake. Make that execute a little bit more comfortable. A 3-on-4 post plant definitely won't be. Autumn push through Market alongside the breach as well. So not far behind. Pixel though gets 1, gets 2. I think that's all she wrote. Ground Zero left in a 1-on-3.
Zenkoko can't come up clutch. Defenders win. Notic wins 13-10. First map in the books for this best of 3 in the upper bracket final of the last chance qualifier. They've got this one map advantage now. Of course, we're going to be heading to Haven soon, Gars, but Notic will be extraordinarily happy to get on the board. Of course, though, if any team knows in these best of 3s, it's Ground Zero. They, of course, went up 1-0 yesterday in their best of 3 against Team Launch, and then they ended up losing the next 2 maps. Could now be the case for Ground Zero here and make a comeback.
That's exactly right. Of course, they have the next 10 minutes now to confer between one another, between their coaches, if they have one as well. They can, I guess, in the minds of Notic, put that map behind them and think ahead. Ground Zero probably wanting to do the same. Again, as you mentioned yesterday, they did gain that early advantageous position in the best of 3, weren't able to convert. So they'll probably be looking to head into this one as well. Think it's just 0-0 in the series. It's another clean map. Try and bring the best that they have to the table, and I'm sure it will be another close contest. That last map, we thought for the longest time was going to head into overtime. It was 13-10, so basically as close as you can get. And the next 2 maps, if we head to that 3rd map, of course, are probably going to be pretty similar.
Well, we didn't quite get to overtime, but still, nonetheless, it was a very, very close map on Ascent. We're going to go to a 10-minute break. On the other side of it, we go to our 2nd map of the best of 3, Haven.
Let's go! One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to Rise of Valor, ladies and gentlemen, here for the official Valorant Ignition series presented to you by Fortress Melbourne and powered by Alienware. We are in the midst, we're in the middle of this best of 3 upper bracket final, currently 1-0 to Notic over Ground Zero. And guys, you let me on a little interesting fact there before we got back into the live show.
That's exactly right. Looking through these team stats as we prepare for Haven, Notic, in fact, as far as I can see, haven't played this map at all. So that could either be a little bit scary for Ground Zero because they might not know what to expect. Notic might have some stuff hidden, but on the other side of the coin, that could also mean that Notic aren't very well prepared for this map, and we could well see us heading to the third.
If it does happen, Bind will be our third map, although, of course, Notig will be looking to try and just finish it off here on Haven coming up very, very shortly. If they're able to do that, though, guys, they will head straight into the finals, which would mean Ground Zero would have to drop down to the lower bracket final. Fortunately, no more best of ones for either of these two teams. Whoever does drop down, they just go straight down to the lower bracket final where they get a second shot at a best of 3 to make it into the finals. So I guess there's a bit of a reprieve there, but obviously, long day yesterday, not a long day today. You probably would rather just qualify now here in this upper bracket final instead of dropping down to the lower bracket.
That's exactly right. No best of 1, but a best of 3 means that I mean, at best, you're playing at least probably another hour and a half, 2 hours. That could extend even to 3 hours plus, right? And that's exactly what you don't want after you mentioned 2 long days of officials. So I'm sure Ground Zero are going to give this everything they have, bring out everything they have ready on Haven. And then, I mean, who knows what will happen on Bind if we end up going there.
100%. Well, as we are getting ready to head into Haven right now, final predictions, I guess, coming into this map in particular. Do you see Ground Zero evening it up, or do you see No-Tick running away with it?
I think it will probably end up being probably another close map like we did see on the first. Ground Zero should have the edge. They have an 83% win rate, at least on this map, out of the last 11 maps. And I think they played it 6 times, in fact. So they've played it quite a bit. Pretty decent win rate percentage there. They should take it, and then we should head to Bind.
Let's head straight into Haven then for our second map of this best of 3 series. In the upper bracket final for the last chance qualifier of Rise of Valor, Ground Zero and No-Tick to recommence. No-Tick taking out the win on Ascent, and now looking to take out the series on Haven.
It's been a little bit since we've seen some Haven on broadcast, so no complaints from me. Of course, a little bit of a spicy map in the sense that it is the only one in the current pool with 3 sites. So, of course, we can expect both teams to bring at least one agent to lock down one of those. Looks like it'll be the Cypher for both No-Tick and Ground Zero. Killjoy not seeing a return after being picked on map number 1.
In terms of agent discussion, I guess, throughout Rise of Valor, I'd say Breach, Omen, Jet have been the big 3. Cypher's also been heavily utilized. Raze, Sova, and a couple of others have usually been the flex picks. Bit of a spread here for Ground Zero, focusing more towards Long A. Also just checking down into Sewer as well. No-Tick defending first, kind of just picking up where they left off on Ascent. They defended the second half, and they defended quite well, in fact. Ground Zero only managed to find about 3 or 4 attacking round wins. I think it was more about 3. Definitely when the game was on the line, though, No-Tick's defense held up strong.
Cover going out.
Smoke into garage window. Tiki Dog's going to answer back, potentially with a paranoia. Or maybe just holds on to it, hasn't let it out. Now actually throws it towards C-Long, where the push is going to come from. There was a flash as well from Seiko onto C-Long. Definitely impaired the vision of Clutchy. 1-for-1 trade, not too bad. Obviously, it does mean, though, that Ground Zero can get onto the C site, and they can also find a double on a Pixel and Diggy Dog. Important that Autumn gets taken out here, but Ninum just basically dashes into Kane, and just like that, guys, the round is over.
Zenkoko does indeed close out the round. Ground Zero, first round here on Haven. Of course, looking again back at some of the stats. In fact, the average amount of rounds lost in a win for Ground Zero is just over 6, so I'm sure they'll be looking to keep that number in check. Of course, the last map they didn't. It was 13-10 and a loss in the end, unfortunately for them. But heading into this map, as I mentioned, it should favor them a little bit more. They have a stronger history. In fact, they do have a history on this map, whereas No-Tick don't have any real recent stats. We could start with Autumn getting the pick, and Ground Zero, they should be able to convert this round. We're expecting them to, and they're off to a decent start.
Revealing area.
Ground Zero won the pistol round in the opening round on Ascent, although they were defending that. Basically just means you don't really take too much away from it. First 3 rounds tend to be quite formalized. But on a map like Haven, there are some spots like garage doors where you can take a shorty. C-Long might be the play here for Ground Zero. Try and avoid things like the shorties. Get onto the site, open it up, get those long-range differences. This is still going to be a close hold from Pico. Missed that first shot, did make amends on the second. Damage done on to Disco, but it's the elimination that you need more than anything. And retakes are basically impossible with shorties as well. So it's kind of hope and pray that you get a frag or two on the entries and hope that does something for you. But from here, now the round's over.
Round's over, no tick. They might be able to find a pick or two. A couple of members of Ground Zero low on HP could be picked off. And then no tick can carry those weapons forward into round 3.
One enemy remaining.
Gets time though. Autumn 3 in the round. That one, in fact, with the pistol as well. And Calmsy's just left really to sit and wait for someone to enter their crosshairs, but no one's going to. Quick look at the minimap. Everyone from Ground Zero down near that attacker spawn. Spike will blow up, and the round will be theirs.
But this is the round though that no tick should win. And they were able to win on Ascent as well when losing the pistol round. Good start from Autumn though, 5-0.
Yes, this should do.
There's a bit of hype sort of going into this best of 3 series where we were talking about who are the top dogs from both teams. Autumn and Ninham, respectively, were the two kind of touched on. Ninham definitely the star on Ascent. Autumn not so much. Wasn't bad. In fact, it was quite good, but just not to the level of what we can expect to see from Autumn at their best. They're showing their best right now here on Haven in the opening 2 rounds. Of course, the winner of this moves on into the finals directly. The loser drops down to the lower bracket final at the conclusion of today. The only Blade Storm from Autumn on a tear right now on this attack for Ground Zero.
3 attackers in mid. Soon to maybe even be 5 as Autumn boosts up. Gets the pick there on to Ninham. It really is going to be a battle of the Jets throughout this map and throughout the series as well. Sliko to find 2. Autumn could find the other, but oh, that's not a bad pick there from Calmsy. Siko closes things out, and I mean, how many of these map Xenox has it been a 2-1 scoreline? It feels like it has been basically every single map that we're casting. There's been very few that have been 3-0.
And that's just the nature of it, and that's why usually we're quite assured when we say that, you know, you win the pistol round, you win the second, you lose the third, and just because it just keeps happening. It's just the nature of the game and the way the economy works. And this is why I like to say, after the first 3 rounds are done, now we can play. Now we can play some Valorant. Both sides should be well stocked up. We should have a very even spread out in terms of buys. Surely Pixel doesn't just stay on the shorty.
Here.
Should buy into this, or maybe not. Pixel's maybe got a strategy here with the Raze.
Okay.
I mean, no blast packs though to do any sort of jump tricks. Just going to try and take this sewer position for no tick and expected to push down A. Didn't quite eventuate though. Not just yet. Couple still lingering around garden, but 2 over towards garage doors as well. B site completely clear. Right down mid, you can just walk straight through and you're on.
Enemy.
Doesn't look like Ground Zero will shape up for that though. Then Coco with the shock dart does some damage, but that Raze still holding short with
the shorty.
Zen Coco says good night. Pixel, oh no. Zen Coco could well find another, trying to find this jet. Is spotted, but can't push through that slab of cage just yet.
Shadows traveling, no charges.
Unfortunate, it was a good idea, didn't work. Diggy Dog. Slight wallbang on the clutchy. I'm surprised that
30
Zero
seconds
never
left.
ended up really just walking down mid. Obviously didn't have the information of its availability. Calmsy's sitting in hell right now. Knows one's going to be coming from A long. Nice little swing from Zen Coco though.
Feeling area.
This is 1 versus 3 now.
10 seconds
Ground
left.
Zero definitely playing this round a lot better than the previous one. Autumn knows where Diggy Dog is as well, and they should be able to call this one a day.
Diggy Dog just lingering around, maybe trying to find a pick. Seems like Ground Zero are pretty on top of this though, and are ready to trade it out if required. Oh, Diggy Dog! Oh! Did get the pick. Trade comes through as expected. Ground zero to finalize round 4 and give themselves that 3-1 lead.
Valorant is just a game of swings and roundabouts and momentum building.
Here.
Being able to halt momentum. The thing that's concerning right now, guys, is the fact that this is Notic's defense, which was quite impeccable on Ascent. And struggling here on Haven, though, compared to Ground Zero's attack. Double smoke on the garage doors. Can Notic find a way back into this? It's going to be rough from here. Economy's not looking amazing, but Digidog with the opening frag. Teleport with the connector. Deco gets one as well for that push through. See long spikes coming in there as well. A lot of players though for Notic, more so on the CT side. Spawn. Disco going to push back through into garage.
Spike planted.
Ground Zero get the spike down again, and they've got this covered pretty extensively.
Hunter's Fury from then Coco. Doesn't really do a whole lot, trying to just delay the retake here. Coco does eventually find the pick. Still 2 more though. It's fine. Oh, that's a great trade back. It's left up to the Cypher. Disco though. Oh! Bang! That's a shot. 3k in the round. 4 rounds for Ground Zero. Their post plants at the moment definitely holding up.
Kind of just want to go back and see whose map pick this was. It was Ground Zero's. So, playing like it right now. 4-1. Early days in this map in particular, but Ground Zero down a map, this is the best way to respond. Autumn playing like the star player we saw in the play-in stage. Now, Notic trying to just be aggressive here in an eco round. Figure out something different, but it's just not working. Nothing is sticking. Clutchy with a good wall bang into the box onto Seiko. Digidog stays behind in garage, and this round already feels like it's falling apart. 5-1 would be a devastating start for Notic. It would be amazing for Ground Zero, though. And I know it's very early days, guys, but it feels like they're right in this best of 3 series. It doesn't even feel like they're down 1-0.
Armsy, hello? Did he not see Autumn? Gee whiz, must have been sitting way too close to his monitor to miss that one. That's unfortunate. Either way, though, the round well and truly Ground Zeroes. Digidog finds 1. The consolation at this point, pick up a vent and run away, but not quite sure what went wrong there. Ground Zero will take the round, of course.
I know exactly where you are.
Really need to shape up a little bit differently here. Wow, this is aggressive from Ground Zero trying to find this final kill. They do. That's devastating there for Notic.
Yeah, and that just shows the punishment. They're basically swapping neural theft for economy, and it's probably worthwhile. Neural theft, such a great ultimate, but if you're dominating like this 5-1, you're not going to have too many amazing uses for it. Why not just put a further dent into the economy of Notic? You know, it forces Digidog to buy. Now he's on 600 credits. And Ground Zero just flush with money right now. 5-1. Can they turn this best of 3 series around and send it to a 3rd map? It seems like it for Ground Zero. Or can Notic find a way back in here on Haven before it just gets too far gone?
We theorize that this might be a close map. Early indications are it might not be. Or keyword being early indication, a lot can change. Ground Zero wanting to put the best foot forward, however. Set themselves up. And a 3rd map. Notic, however. Decent round here. Surely they can convert this run back. Then Coco drop. Disco left in heaven. Position revealed. Traded out. Decent round there from Notic.
Good to see from Notic that they aren't going to just allow this one to fall by the wayside. Couple stay alive so economy can start to just regrow. Of course, for Ground Zero, easily can buy into this round. They can buy into the next round too. Long way to go for No-Tick to get back into this one, though. 2-5, a bit of a deficit on the defense here for Haven. Ninum 0-6. Not saying that to sort of put the low light on him, but if Ninum can turn things around, you kind of feel like that's where No-Tick can really get back into this.
100%. Performed well in the last map. Has performed well throughout the entirety of Rise of Valor. In fact, statistically, one of the best in the tournament. And Seiko plans 2. Again, a couple of early picks going the way of No-Tick early in these rounds. Difficult for Ground Zero to recover, particularly here on Haven. No-Tick can now spread out across all the objectives if they want. Calmsy finding one as well.
One enemy remaining.
Kane dropped on the trade, leaves it in a 1-on-4. Another solid round here from No-Tick. Disco might be able to find one in garage if the swing is on. It is. Trade not following just yet here from No-Tick, who might decide to play a little bit more passive here and not feed Disco, who isn't going down without a fight, at least in this round.
Yeah, unfortunately for Digidog,
30 seconds left.
Throwing out that paranoia just at the time that Disco peaks in garage. 25 seconds left. Make a play here on the C site. 1v3 not impossible, but C long is going to be an easy pick up pixel. 3-5 and No-Tick right back in this now. Giving the pressure back onto Ground Zero. And even half seems to be shaping up as the possibility. Do we have another 6-6 on our cards, guys?
Potentially. No-Tick have had a pretty dominant last 2 rounds. Getting a couple of opening picks on each occasion has helped them immensely. They also have 4 ults on the board heading in to round number 9. Ground Zero, it's important that they're not giving these picks away earlier, and if they are, at least having them traded out. Steve Long might be the play, 3 stack there, 2 towards garage door, but Digidog is there to greet them at the window, manages to dodge the utility as well. This could be very dangerous as Ground Zero, I think, believe that position should be clear. Action going down on site, however, Ninum starting to show up, but a good trade back from Clutchy to shut them down. Digidog finally getting to work now, but another good trade there from Clutchy. Using a 2-on-3, Spike has been secured.
Pixel's not going to give up on this one. Has the showstopper available. Misses the first part of that spray, but recovers to get Zenkoko. 2 versus 2. Probably don't need to use the showstopper, but if he can secure the round win, why not? Does get Clutchy. Oh, We've just gotten to Calmsy as well. Doesn't realize, though, who's right next to the site is Disco. 3-6.
Disco's timing then at the very end was millisecond perfect. Unfortunate there for the Rays. Ground Zero extending that lead back again. Not giving away those early picks, and when they did, that they were traded out, which was nice to see. Might well see another C push, but it does look like they're shaping up for A on this occasion. Haven't had the most success necessarily on this side, at least in the last few rounds, but they're willing to reattempt it. Pixel there to greet them. Boombot heads out to slow that initial rush down. Cypher as well has placed a little bit of utility on A as well, so it will be a tough push, and I am fully expecting Ground Zero to rotate back, and that does appear to be the case.
Ninum got on the board in that last round, so no more Owen. Now has at least 1 kill to the name
Headshot.
Operator in hand. That was just clean from Autumn. Headshot, yes indeed, Jet. On to Seiko. May not take the B site though, could elect to go through garage onto C site. Ninum with the operator, that's always a deadly sight for the opposition. Does get the elimination onto Kane. Very nicely placed paranoia into the garage, but nothing going to follow up onto it due to the cyber cage that was placed by... Slow to push onto the C site here, in fact, though, out of garage connector. Digidog sitting at the back of site was able to get at least 1. Cloudburst thrown out from Autumn. And the 3 members of No Tick going to play the post-plant situation.
Oh, that's an angle. Ninum. A rough map only gets rougher for them. Regardless, though, it's up to the rest of No Tick now, really, to step up. Tough retake. Might not even decide to commit. They don't. No Tick falling off, saving in this round, trying to set themselves up for the last few and a half. Probably a wise decision. Ground zero and the post plants have been quite strong. Setups have been hard to foil, and now it's up to the last two just to survive. Operators in hand as well, so they don't want to throw these away.
Yeah, 2 more rounds after this, so as you mentioned, it's not really, there's not a lot of time to save a few rounds. Essentially have to probably force buy it into this round and the next round, regardless of what happens. If No Tick can make this 5-7, signs of life in this. Of course, if we go back to Ascent, guys, in that first half, No Tick did just that. To get it back from 3-7, they made it 7-5 in favor of Ground Zero still, but basically kind of highlights... Actually, no, sorry, they made it 6-6, I think, but regardless, they were down. They brought it back, and they ended up winning the map. We'll see if they can do that again. That's the moral of the story.
Autumn activates the Blade Storm and considers pushing in towards Garage. Autumn, oh, they spotted one, but doesn't re-peek it. Window control given. Nade does a little bit of damage. Operator holding this door. Autumn needs to wide swing this very quickly to get the kill. This could be a very awkward engagement. Who's going to come out on top? Will Autumn peek it? Who's going to peek first? Oh no! Oh, Pixel! Played to perfection, unfortunate. Autumn finds another as well. The Rays popping off here. And use the blast back as well to get away. Control has been obtained, at least to some extent, by Ground Zero of sight, but it's going to be hard to hold on to.
Yeah, man. Unfortunately for Ninum, just walking target right now, but is at least giving the rest of the team a chance to ball out here. 4K for Pixel. Pixel perfect in that last round, and now it's the final round of the half. Can No Tick make it 5-7? Just to keep Ground Zero sweating a bit going into the half. But Ninum definitely the story here, unfortunately. Not a good story like it was on Ascent. 2-9. But it bodes well in a really weird way for No Tick guards, because the rest of the team is doing really well despite their star player struggling here on Haven.
100%. The argument could be made that Ninum was quote-unquote carrying their team. Of course, probably not really the case, but...
There we go, there's one.
As you mentioned, always good for the rest of the team to step up. I'm sure if Ninum can activate a little bit here as well, particularly heading into that second half, then No Tick will be dangerous. Good well secure. At least 3. That said, Pixel's also really been popping off the last few rounds on the operator, as Ninum is shut down. Ground Zero, man disadvantage, but do have slight control. We know their post plants are strong. If they can get that spike down and hold on, this will be a big round to end off the half.
One Thunder available is now going to be utilized for No Tick. Clutchy just going to dodge that. Seiko does get Disco though, holding to the back. It's like Clutchy gets one, couldn't find any more though. And the 5-7 has materialized at the back end of the first half.
Switching
No Tick certainly right back in this one. We've got ourselves a map. We already have ourselves a series. No Tick, of course, 1-0.
Definitely get the impression that the hope is there for No Tick. Only a 2-round deficit.
Definitely. And this is where I feel like Ninum can actually shine on the attack here, with the operator at some point trying to peek C long or A long and trying to get these opening frags, even garage, mid. This might be where Ninum just shines and turns things around.
Could well be the case. No Tick, of course, can even out the score if they do well on the pistol. Might maybe be mid. Pixel getting the first pixel has been very strong performer in these last few rounds. That confidence seems to be bleeding through here into the second half, which is great for Notic as they look to secure that spike plant. It is. Disco gets one back though. This is going to be a hectic retake for Ground Zero. It will be tough, but it's definitely possible.
Talked up Ninneman. I feel like I've put the Mozzie on him. Still trying to just get a bit lucky and does now. A nice headshot onto Kane. Expecting potentially someone to push through that cloud burst. Wasn't to be. Just keeps just spraying on through. Now starts to see everyone else. This is the 3K for Pixel. Autumn on the left side. Runs straight into Seiko. No, Disco on the other side. But it's just a fiesta. Calmsy and Seiko remain alive for no tick. They win the round. 6-7. This has been an incredible comeback on Haven after Ground Zero were essentially demolishing them in the first half, guys, and Notic have responded.
100%. Assuming what always occurs again, Notic will even out that score line, and that's a little bit of pressure for the Ground Zero camp. They're doing everything they can to avoid being sent down to that lower bracket. They'll have to play in another best of 3. Of course, if they win this map, head to bind the 3rd in this BO3. And their dream of the upper bracket run continues. Again, so close to call. One of these teams, of course, will win in the end, but very tight. What? Oh, that was... Gee whiz, that was aggressive. Did a bit of damage, so not the worst result at the end, of course. Not expected to win this round, just trying to maybe get a pick or two. Ninum gonna get a pick or two with the no-scope. Pretty easy plant in the end here for the attack, and Notic will be able to close this one out without doubt.
This means they're going to close up the scoreboard too. The deficit completely now evaporated. 7-7. At best, Autumn maybe finds an exit frag. But impressive from Notic to turn things around. The mental fortitude as well to stick with it. Especially when you're up 1-0 in a best of 3. You could easily make a case for a team just sort of saying, all right, well, we're down, 6-1 or 5-1 or whatever it was, and maybe we just take it to that 3rd map. Seiko down.
Good round there for Notic. Of course, the second round only really starting to rev up here. Still really in first gear, and plenty more gears to come as we continue through this series. Who's going to step up here from either team? I mean, we've hyped up Ninum to maybe be the one to now step up in this second half, but it really has been the Pixel show for the last few.
I think Disco's been really, really good in this entire series for Ground Zero.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we speak about Autumn, but Disco has been, was really good on the Killjoy in the first map and has backed it up here as well on Haven. You're right, who's going to step up? Who's going to sort of join Disco and Autumn on Ground Zero to try and turn things around here? Pixel's been amazing too on the Rays. Just get in. Very aggressive and straight into the sightlines of Zenkoko. Quick headshot. Clutchy though, the smoke takes out Diggy Dom. Just feels like Ground Zero have needed a round that goes their way. This one maybe, although Seiko and Kamzu with a quick double on this B site. Jet is... Why are you over here, Autumn? 2 versus 1.
Yeah. Spike will be secured. Jet through Garage needs to retake. Of course, that's Autumn. A little bit of utility left. I think these players are ready for it, but Autumn can't hit those first initial shots. That window of opportunity now narrows. Notic given ample opportunity to prepare for this clutch. Same pathing. Oh my, they've actually probably put themselves in worse. Autumn managed to take the round. A great clutch in the end.
I'm not questioning anything anymore. That was amazing from Autumn. And it just gets Ground Zero back the lead at a Very opportune time as well, as they had been, honestly, quite poor for quite a few rounds there. Fortunately, Autumn comes up clutch. Still a lot of money in the bank, though, of course, for NoTick to buy into this round. Bulldog on the side of Ground Zero, still work to do. Not only that, but of course, that was the quite third round, right? That we usually see teams win after losing pistol rounds. So maybe not too exciting for Ground Zero. Maybe not enough reason to get too excited just yet.
C-long setup from NoTick. Kane in a good position to solo hold this objective, but the rotate will be a little bit delayed. 2 over towards A. If NoTick decide to dedicate to this, and Coco as well. At the C window, 2 players preparing to push this position. That's a fantastic nade though. Zen Coco gets away with their life though. Not the worst result, but that ground has been taken. Zen Coco completely unaware. C is being flooded now by NoTick. 1 towards B shut down though as the frags come through. Oh, so many for Ground Zero. So many. Oh my word, it's flawless in the end. Big round there from Ground Zero to ward off that attack.
Clean, flawless, however you want to call it. Ground Zero just at the right time now, putting the pressure back onto NoTick, who
Yes, this should do.
not well equipped to buy into this round. They can essentially just buy enough that they've got a full buy for the next round after this. They need a thrifty win here. Otherwise, the lead balloons back out again for Ground Zero. A push on the cards for NoTick. Trapwise placed. A long. Clutchy on the sewer along with Autumn. In fact, so Clutchy's at the bottom of sewer. Autumn was the only one at the top, and Autumn's the one who finds the frag. Does have the Blade Storm available. They're just going to reposition. Spy Cam eliminated.
Ooh,
Clutchy just going to come behind with a flank from A long. Autumn finds 4 though.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Ground Zero, it feels running away with this one just a little bit at the moment. Another round and it's a real danger for NoTick. Another 2 rounds and Ground Zero will already find themselves on match point, and that's when the danger really begins to build for NoTick.
Yes, this should do.
Quick look at the scoreboard. Autumn, 21 and 10. Compare that to the Dead of Ninham. They're going 6 and 14, which is still a little bit concerning, but there is an opportunity for Ninham to find themselves back in this one, or maybe not. Oh, that hurts. That hurts big time. Not only for Ninham, but for NoTick as a whole.
Well, at least Diggy Dog gets 1 back, makes it 4v4. In what feels like a massively crucial round. Lose this, and Ground Zero just went away from match point to try and tie up this best of 3 series. Send it over to Bind.
Too late.
Seiko, though, maybe just unlocked the B site. Pixel unlocked sewer. And NoTick have been able to win these 50-50s after losing Ninham. They go and find 3. Now they've got a 4v2 advantage.
Spike planted.
Probably just best that the 2 remaining members of Ground Zero just hold and save. Maybe look for a few exit frags. Disco deciding, do you go keep an eye on sewer, or do you just hold in mid?
Time ticking down. Ground Zero committing to the save, it appears. Disco needs to be a little bit careful. This position is being watched. Scope just gets flashed. Not pushed though. They can hold it. Paranoia out. Stuns as well. Oh my. 3 HP left in the bank. Spy dart as well. Revealing Disco's location, but I think they'll be able to hold on. White Sphinx. Oh my, that could have been regretful, but doesn't get taken down in the end. No tick. Oh, again, it just shapes up to be close again. It really feels like it only takes 1 or 2 rounds one way or the other for it either to feel like one team's going to run away with it or for another to keep it nice and tight.
$8-10. Just to take a breath and breathe up, which is probably what these guys would like to do right now. Autumn can't win the fight against Diggy Dog at the bottom of sewer. Ground Zero got the opening frag in the last round, but it didn't do them much good. Will that be the difference here for No Tick?
Off your feet!
It's going to be an A push. They got 2 coming in from sewer, 3 from A long. That's going to be, though, the Rolling Thunder used on the site. Not going to be effective. Along with that, we're also going to see the Showstopper used from Pixel. With Ground Zero being late to rotate over, so it's going to be completely wasted. 2 ultimates used for No Tick. Spike down, they got the number 5v4. But Ground Zero haven't lost anyone so far in this post-plant situation.
The retake needs to be well timed here from Ground Zero, being at that man disadvantage. Karmsy's in a very powerful position, but could be taken down. Hard to tell if they know whether he's there. They do. Neural Theft as well to head out. They should be able to reveal the remaining locations of No Tick. Oh, they know they're holding long. Surely they can progress deep. That's a big kill though from Diggy Dog. Another big one from Kane. It is traded out, however. No Tick hold on to take the round. 2 members left standing, 9-10. Now the score line, 1 away from even Stevens once again.
Look at the economy as well for Ground Zero, and it's dwindling. They've had a lot in the bank after winning 3 rounds in a row earlier on in this second half. As the attack of No Tick has now just picked up the pace. Ninham finding a few opening frags here and there. We've seen Diggy Dog really pick up as well for No Tick. Autumn, Bladestorm. What can Ground Zero do now to stop this? 9-10. They're so close to that match point. They're so close to extending this series to a 3rd map. No Tick are just coming back, though, as they've been able to do throughout this best-of-3 series multiple times. Bottom right, Pixel. Bottom right is your target. Boombot is going to at least force that jet to make a move. Pixel was ready for it. Looking for the second one.
Get out of my way.
The top of window and garage. Bladestorm now used by Ninham as well. 55 seconds, guys.
5 on 4. Spike in the hands of Breach. Swinging around that attacker spawn. No Tick trying to find the opening, and I mean, as they rotate it closer towards C, that could be the play. It's clutchy on the side for Solo holding it. Does have, of course, that util scattered around. And should be able to see that push come through and call for the rest of the team to assist. But as we hit that 30-second mark, it's going to be yet another rotate from No Tick. Diggy Dog, meanwhile, he's actually deep in towards the A side. He's managed to sneak on through. Is traded out. The rest of No Tick to follow, but not a lot of time to work with.
And Ninham takes out Kane before being able to get the Rolling Thunder out. 10 seconds
left.
Spike's going to be planted now. Ninham can hold from hell. There's going to be 1 up in heaven for Ground Zero. But that's not really looking like it's going to be contested. Cypher and Omen can just have to just back off. Call it a day. Try again in the next round. Hold these weapons because, as I said before, the economy is dwindling for Ground Zero. These rounds are also dwindling too. It's about to be 10-10. They had such a big lead here on Haven earlier on, guys, and it's just slipped away from them.
Careful, that off angle catches them off guard. Unfortunate there, but the context of the match won't matter a whole lot. Both teams' economies should be okay. Ground Zeroes might be a little bit compromised after the last few. I'll have to wait and see, but No Ticks will no doubt be thriving. They're in a position now to potentially close out the series. It hasn't felt like No Tick were a significant chance really in taking out this map, but 3 rounds straight, 5.5, that's In fact, more than ground zero, which is a very positive indicator.
5 of the last 8 rounds now in favor of No Tick in the second half comeback. 10-10 all tied up. They're up 1-0 in the series. This upper bracket final. Winner moves on to the finals directly. Loser drops down to the lower bracket final, which will of course be another best of 3 to play in. No Tick just slowing things down though momentarily. 2-1-1 split for ground zero. Technically the Omen, I guess. Also Cubby in mid. So it's technically more like a 2-2-1 split.
C long. Again the push. Autumn with the operator. Oh, Pixel. Big shot there from No Tick. That will open up the site. Rotate coming through from ground zero as Kane, the breach on site, finds one. Clutchy as well, so it's swung back now in favor of ground zero. It's a 2-on-4. This hasn't gone the way that No Tick would have liked after that first initial pick. Ninum though, is this the round they step up?
30
is this the round
left.
that Ninum returns? The clutch out around for No Tick. Gets them in front. Kane gets another one at C long. Disco from behind in garage. Shuts down Ninum, wins the round for ground zero, 11-10. Despite this comeback from No Tick, despite getting it back to an even scoreline, ground zero so close to reaching that match point.
Yes, this should do. This goes here.
1 round away
This is a nice spot.
from achieving such a feat. No Tick. Time to dig deep. Pixel needs to continue to go big here in this round. Again, try and find that opening pick, and hopefully the rest of No Tick can try and capitalize on that. In the last round, they struggled a little bit, but maybe they can correct their wrongs. Autumn, I think, hitting that shot, that's pretty nutty, and that puts the Cypher real low now.
Ooh, that makes it hard for No Tick. It's not quite down a player, just about feels like it though. C push ineffective. B pushes have been messy. You'd say A has been the go for No Tick in terms of success. Kane just sitting in this cubby in mid, making sure no one's just going to sneak push up for No Tick down mid. Seem indecisive at the moment. Seiko though checks it nicely. Open frag makes it 5-4 in favor of No Tick. Recon bolts out for Zenkoko. Got a lot of information that this is going to be a mid push. Autumn takes out Pixel. Autumn has been clutch. Autumn has been amazing for ground zero. Now the Hunter's Fury from Zenkoko. This is the first one.
left.
Second one is going to be on point. Third one, no. Teleport from the Omen away from it. Disco onto Seiko though. Smoked off now Zenkoko. Knows it at the back of B site. Shock dart. Blocked. Ineffective. Spike still not down. Ninum just trying to even get in and try and get this spike down. Cloud burst. 12 seconds. Spike will go down. 3v4 post plant.
Tough post plant. They need to try and hold on. At that man disadvantage though, ground zero should be able to overwhelm the site. Ninum with a great trade back. Needs to find a couple more though. Oh, good shots back. Autumn with the final. Ground zero take the round. They'll head themselves to match point. If they close it out, do head to bind. It's up to No Tick now to win 2 back and head this into overtime. And
Match point.
it's still possible, but ground zero in those last few rounds have been quite strong indeed.
Match point for ground zero. Winning the last 2 rounds after No Tick had severely brought it back. 7 of 10 rounds went No Tick's way.
This goes here.
Since then, No ground zero have won the last 2 just to edge out once again at the vital moment. Can they send this to bind? Can they send it to this 3rd map? Teleport over. Omen for No Tick can now push into sewer.
Cover going out.
Aggressive from Disco though. Can't be at C long. Anticipating maybe a rush from No Tick. They're just going to have to go back over towards attacker spawn.
5-on-5, Autumn probing, trying to find a pick. Huge, that's one. Bursts out, manages to retreat as well, but no, Ninham! Okay, that's huge.
Okay.
Not sure if there was a gap there or if that was a clean smoke bang. Either way, it is a 4-on-4, execute on site.
Neural theft used as well. Positions revealed. Diggy Dog knows there's one up in heaven. Smokes it off. Just wants to keep control of two up. Spike has been planted. Getting that frag back onto Autumn was so vital from Ninham to keep it as at least 4 so that they could also get onto the A site. There's an omen for ground 0 right now. Ninham, maybe not the best time. Fortunately, there was a refrag, but Clutchy gets one from Heaven. He gets a second from Heaven. The showstopper just missing by an inch. 1v3 situation. Neural theft to find out where Diggy Dog is. The paranoia. Well timed, though. Can try and teleport across. Fakes it. And unfortunately, Kane reads it. Reads the playbook. Reads the situation. We're going to bind. 13-10 victory for ground 0.
Defenders win.
Great performance in the end. That's the second 13-10 in this best of 3. So God knows what the third map has in store. I guess that map potentially going the way that we might have expected, at least looking purely just at the statistics. But nonetheless, Notic putting up a fantastic effort. The fact that they fought so hard to get themselves in a winnable position in that second half was immense. I think, what was it? They won 5 of the last 8 rounds. Tracking even further back, it might have been 7 of the last 10. So that was a huge effort, but just not quite enough to close it out.
Definitely a big effort. Definitely going the distance. Kind of felt like that when we spoke about it in the pre-show at the beginning of the series. We thought, yeah, this could easily go 3 maps and they could go the distance. And well, if they really want to stress us out here, it's been 2 long days, but we're going to a 3rd map. And then, of course, we've still got more after this series. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of this best of 3 upper bracket final. go!
One enemy remaining.
That's exactly right. It was 13-10 on Ascent to Notic, then 13-10 on Haven to GZ. So anyone's game heading into the third one. Quick peek at some of the map stats for both of these teams. In fact, the match history suggests that it will be very close indeed. I believe it was a 50% win rate for both of these teams in the most recent matches on this map. So, hard to call. Either of these teams are rightfully deserved of that spot in the finals, but who knows who's actually going to take it.
No, I forgot to unmute myself there, by the way, but that's all right. Ground Zero versus Notic. As you said, yes, look, it's hard to actually make too much of a prediction, I guess, in terms of who's going to win this one. As you said, 50-50 rate. From what we saw on both maps, it's hard to gauge where we're actually going to be heading. If I had to make a prediction, which I haven't really been doing over the last 2 days, thinking Ground Zero are going to edge it out. Coming in with the momentum, fresh off winning Haven. Notic have looked really good on their defenses, but that wasn't the case on Haven for that matter. So heading over to Bind, yeah, I'm going to back in Ground Zero because I have to just pick one, and I've got a 50% chance to be right.
Yeah, I'd probably echo a similar sort of sentiment, but again, like we've said, basically on all of these maps, we're expecting it to be close, right? And the first two maps represented that 13-10, 13-10. Neither went into overtime, but again, that's basically almost as close as you can get without them heading into overtime, right? So maybe this will be the one that actually does go past regulation. Who knows?
Yeah, of course, after this, we do drop back down to the lower bracket, which, because we did in fact go to all three maps, we will be heading straight to the lower bracket final after the conclusion of this. So whoever does lose this match, guys, we will be seeing them very, very quickly again going into another best of three. As I said sort of at the start of this series, fortunately, they didn't have to do any more best of ones. The current best of one that is playing out right now, which started about 15, 17 minutes ago, is Mind Freak and Rip and Tear. They're in the lower bracket semifinal currently. They'll be, of course, playing the loser of this particular match in the upper bracket final. Whoever wins this goes into the finals, and then whoever wins the lower bracket final, yes, that they also go into the final. They'll be joining Team Launch and ExoClan, who made it through from the play-in stage.
Of course, the thing is, if you do end up losing this next map, being Ground Zero and, of course, Notic, that means, as you mentioned, you have to play another best of three. That only extends the amount of game time that you have had across the last 2 days. In fact, that could be a total of, like 4, 5, 6 hours potentially, at least for the last few games in the bracket. That begins to add up. And I can't help but think that if you are the team that drops down, fatigue will start to kick in sooner or later. So you have to be very mindful of that.
You say that, but I do feel like as well, if you do drop down into the lower bracket final, you've probably got a large amount of motivation to just make it a quick 2-0 and be like, right, that's it, enough. Let's just quickly stomp whoever we've got to get through to get into the finals, and then maybe that could be their idea. But there's the flip side to it, and like you said, maybe it's been 2 very long days. If it's a team like Ground Zero, for instance, who obviously went the distance yesterday, went all the way to the lower bracket final yesterday. Not only that, but it was also that third map in that lower bracket final that they went to. Now you got to redo it again. If they lose this match here on Bind, you got to essentially do back-to-back, like 9-hour days, 10-hour days. And that obviously is taxing, very difficult. So they'll be probably more eager than maybe Notic, who didn't quite have as long of a day yesterday to get the win here.
And of course, on top of that, Ground Zero, it would be heartbreaking for them to lose that second best of three and then risk even potentially losing a third. That would be incredibly difficult to deal with. Of course, every team wants to make it to the finals. A lot of prize money up for grabs. And of course, you have the bragging rights of basically being named the best team in OCE. So a lot on the line. Again, heading into this third map, though, Xenox. Ground Zero, again, we're probably favoring, but it's not going to be an easy task. No-Tick have proven that time and time again, even on the map that they did lose, which was Haven, that they're still a very strong opponent.
Definitely agree with you. We were just waiting for a few of the players to get in, but we should be ready to go now for the final map of the upper bracket here for the last chance qualifiers between No-Tick and Ground Zero. Currently tied 1 apiece as we head into Bind for our third and final map of this best of 3. It's been a really enjoyable series, back and forth, swings of momentum from both teams as well. And now we get this culmination, this finale. Unfortunately for one of these teams, they're going to have to do it all again in about, probably 10 or 15 minutes after this game concludes. And for the winner, they get to go have dinner and have a shower and have a nice early sleep and look forward to the finals.
That's exactly right. Quick overlook at the team comps. We actually are going to see No-Tick bringing out the Sage for the second occasion in this best of 3. They played it on Ascent, the map that they were victorious on, and they're going to bring it out again here on Bind. Very keen to see how the Sage plays out. I can understand it on Ascent. A lot of really good angles you can get onto with the barrier orb. Safe to say I'm not as well knowledged whether or not that's really possible on this map. I guess on the defense, a lot of those common paths can be shut down quite quickly. We did see on this occasion a short shut down by the Sage, by that barrier. So might play into the hands of No-Tick on this first half. Keen to see how that develops though.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. No-Tick on the defense, Ground Zero on the attack. I mean, technically for No-Tick today, they've got a 100% success rate with Sage and 0 success rate without Sage, so it's a no-brainer.
That's some good
math. Decision.
Very
well,
good
it's
jeez.
Very subjective, but it's just about true. Being able to heal up, of course. Although, not as much as used to be able to. 60 instead of 100. Came with a quick double with the Frenzy. Digidog. Parody that finds a second one here and does just that. How about a third one? To round it all out there from Digidog at elbow.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. 2 versus 2.
Not bad at all there. Spike secured there by the attack by Ground Zero. As Ninum picks up the Ghost that I believe was dropped by Digidog. Progressing further forward now, Ninum. A little bit quiet on map 2. Time to step up here on the third map. Spotted out though. Needs to remove that tracking dart. There's a player to their hard right. I don't think Ninum's going to peek. It does though. Oh, gee whiz. Then Coco, good night, finds the second as well.
Hello,
We'll
Ninum.
be able to defuse. Big round there from Ninum to really kickstart their momentum on this map.
Welcome back.
Was that important?
Yeah, and that's big for Ninum as well, I think, personally, after a bit of a rough map on Haven, fair to say. No, it was certainly a talking point, but that's the Ninum we know and love. When you feel like, the best part is it feels like we're the ones getting trolled, because it looks like Ninum's got no idea to check that spot, and then at the very last second, just flick headshot. Nicely executed. Big round for No-Tick. We'll see if they can back it up now and keep the trend alive of backing up that pistol round.
Ninum one to watch with the sniper in this round. Finds one pixel as well with another. Barrier orb goes up, covers that U-haul.
One player standing.
Well, boost
Oh
make
my
it
God.
3. Flawless for No-Tick. Expected result, but done in a very clean fashion.
Look, we all understand Sage's nerfs, but the strengths that make Sage still strong is still there. I mean, your barrier orb, your slow orbs. In the case of that, it was just really well played from Pixel, because you can peek over the truck and you're blocking U-haul, and then you can look into U-haul when the player in U-Haul can't really look at you. Obviously, look, it's the second round, so they had the guns versus just the pistols of Ground Zero. I'm not going to go too much into it, but from what we've seen in this series, it just suggests that while Sage is not the insta-pick that she used to be, she's still a very good flex pick in certain scenarios, certain maps.
Spike in the hands of Ground Zero down towards B long. Couple of players looking to take hookah control as well. As utilities dumped and the rotate comes through from Notic slowly but surely off A. Push hasn't quite come to shove just yet as Ground Zero continue to try and gain some more intel on towards the site. Been held off very nicely so far here. By the defense of Notic, they can hold on for a little bit longer. They may well be able to force the rotate, which this late in the round probably won't convert to a round win.
Paint shells unsuccessful. Tenkoko pushes up the crate on the left side, gets a quick double on a Pixel and Diggy Dog. Still one more close play on the backside of this crate. Ninum a headshot onto Autumn. Ninum again with the ghost this time. Ninum again! Why not one more?
30 seconds left.
Two more and get the ace. Blade Storm up. Knows exactly where the last two members of Ground Zero are located as well. Notic with the player advantage. Does Ninum complete the ace? Does Ninum stop Ground Zero in the tracks? Unfortunately, flashed. Well played on the breach of Ground Zero and Kane, but trying to just even get the spike down. Round's not over. 3 seconds left. No need to peek this.
Kill everyone, our job gets a whole lot easier.
Messy round. Kamzi wins it out in the end. 3-0 to Notic. Great start to bind for them.
And we also see a 3-0. Which is very nice. Very different. And I'm not even saying that sarcastically. It literally is. Notic. Solid start. Ninum. 7-1. Jeez whiz.
Yes, this should do.
That's scary. Stark contrast to the second map. First map wasn't too bad for Ninum on Ascent. Managed to go 24-16. Second map on Haven though.
Revealing area.
Definitely not as strong. Quick look at the stats. Reveals that it was in fact 12-20. So maybe this will be the bounce back in form that Ninum wanted, really needs, and you get the rest of Notic on his shoulders to some extent. Carry them into some round wins here. Try and pin Ground Zero back against the wall.
It's going to be tough though, without the economy to help out. Seiko stepping up big this round with a 3K already. 2 more left on the board for Ground Zero. Certainly wasn't expecting much from them this round.
Flawless.
Flawless indeed. And so far, Girls Notic have been flawless for 4 rounds.
Yeah, that is a little bit concerning for Ground Zero. Again, it's so hard to make early judgments on who's going to be victorious. Not even as the map of a whole, just the map in general. No, the map, a half. I'm stumbling over my words. Look, it's been a long day. I'm a little bit tired. I had a little bit of coffee before actually, so that's helping. Clearly, I'm sure this match will be exciting though, so that will definitely help. Flashes coming out down towards a short. Pixel finding themselves in a decent position. Our drone as well to maybe assist. Ninum though, the one to watch, of course. Baths. Oh, one pushes through. Ninum gets a little bit timed. Plays it safe though. Backs off. One-way smoke as well. Aids in this A-hole.
Good start for Ground Zero this round. Getting that opening frag. Pushing up. Going to take a couple coming through showers. 2 up from short A. That's where the spike is. Most likely the truck default plant. After the wallbang from Ninum. Ninum certainly on point here, but so much utility just to flush Ninum out. Diggy Dog able to get 1, now 2. Kamzi with the late rotation. Diggy Dog's found a 3rd one. Doesn't even need Kamzi's help here. Paranoia available, throws it out towards showers. Not going to be effective. Spike now going down. Backside of truck. Kamzi comes in. Surely no tick aren't about to make this a quick 5-0.
2-1. Zen Coco probing. Oh, I'd be able to find a picky, but no tick. Set up perfectly. Oh! It was close, but Kamzi does get the kill. 5 rounds straight as no tick can defuse the spike.
This has just gone horribly wrong for Ground Zero. Not the start to the third and final map of this upper bracket best of 3 that I'd like to see, especially after really just grinding hard to win out on Haven in a hard-fought victory. When you come out now and you're just at such a big disadvantage, knowing how much you've got to do to claw your way back into this one now.
This should do. Oh, this is a nice
and you lose this round, guys, as well, where you got, you know, a Guardian, you got half armor on 2 players. Then they're going to have to eco the next round after this, probably.
And looking at the stats, Ground Zero's attacking win rate on this map is in fact 57% compared to 42 on the defense. So their attack is arguably actually their strongest side. And so far, Notic being able to shut that down, despite only having a 46% win rate on their own defense. So the numbers, sometimes they do lie. So far, Notic with a strong start.
They're going to have to give up on A, give B a try again. But if I'm going to be quite frank, neither site being helpful for Ground Zero so far. Paint shells primed by Autumn.
Nowhere to run!
Throw it to the back of this B's site. Going to smoke off TT spawn. Pixel was actually able to manage a kill before being smoked off. Dido from elbow gets clutchy. Trade galore. 3v3 remainder. Autumn inside the crate can actually get the spike down as then Coco finally shut down Diggy Dog at elbow. It's going to change the position of the spike so that you can see it from Garden. Recon bolt destroyed. Notic finally feels like they're going to lose around here. Down a player. Both coming from spawn side makes it difficult. Showstopper as well from Autumn. Well, that'll confirm at least one more. No, apparently not. Where did that one go? Into the ether or something? Ninham with a nice frag. 2v2. They're just going to push onto the site.
Spike ticking down. Disco.
One enemy
Position
remaining.
to cover, hits some shots, but it's not enough to down the Jet. But I don't think that Jet will have what it takes to defuse the bomb. It was Ninham. 4K for Zen Coco. Ground Zero finally pick up a round.
Yeah, and that was a desperate round to win as well, because if you don't win that, then you're on eco. And then you're probably not going to win the eco round either, and all of a sudden it's 7-zip before you can even fight back again. 5-1, and now you can build off that. Bit of money in the bank, can start to stockpile. You can see it with Kane and Clutchy, 1600, 1900 in reserve. Autumn Disco, Zen Coco still needing to buy into this round though. It's not as if Notic are flush with cash. They have been losing players in these rounds. 3-2 split, 3 on the A site. B has got 2 for Notic on defense. Well, was going to be a kill 3 seconds earlier than it actually happened.
Nowhere to run!
5-on-4. Hunter's Fury from Seiko. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Question really is, where is that spike? Where is it going to be headed? Omen has collected it. Shaping up for B by the looks of things. A single player from Ground Zero aiming around A, maybe to force a rotate, but so far it's a 3-stack from Notic on towards B. The round looking like it will be theirs, unless Ground Zero can pull a miracle off here.
Yeah, still a bit of time left, 40 seconds. 4v5 is not impossible, but they're going to rotate over to the A site instead. When Coco almost gets walled up into the sky.
30 seconds left.
Basically just trying to play bait so that the other 3 members of Ground Zero can rotate over to the A side, but Notic are not really biting this. We've still got 2 players on the A side, so Ninham's wary of the push and will be successful. Actually, had a shot that into the smoke, would have been successful there too. 13 seconds, round's over. Autumn in a 1v4. Autumn is eliminated. 6-1 in this final map of the best of 3.
Ground Zero found themselves in a rough position in that round, despite A arguably having a weaker defense in the sense that there were less players there. It was Ninham, of course, holding that position with the operator, which as the scoreboard proves, has been incredibly challenging. Now up to 11-3. Ninum was able to ward off the attack just enough in time for the rest of Notic to rotate back around. So 6-1 now the scoreline, of course. Ground Zero maybe shaping up to dedicate to B once again. It's a 2-stack on B for the defense, so it might be a little bit more achievable on this occasion.
Easy. Should have the information now, though, to get the rotations out from the A site over to B. Calmsy will just have to hold for as long as possible. Cyber Cage has been triggered. There is a trap wire as well placed. In fact, 2 on this B site. Down a player. Ninum's just still lurking around A. He can, of course, take the teleporter and come in through hookah, which Ground Zero haven't got any players actually through hookah, so he's just clearing out U-Haul. They haven't got as much information as they would like. Now they do with that recon bolt. Oh, nice spray for Piz. That's the spike down as well. Pings it for the team. That probably dare say this is round over. What do you do? How do you even get over to the spike? 7-1. That was just a horrible round from Ground Zero.
Really a battle of perspectives on that first gunfight. Zenkoke maybe just didn't even see Pixel at all there, whereas Pixel, of course, saw the elbow, I believe it was, there of Zenkoke, able to net that first kill, set up the round nicely, rather, for the team. Ults coming through now. In fact, Ground Zero are quite close now to stacking 4 ults. That could allow them maybe to open one of these rounds up, and at this point they desperately need to try and pull something out, because as I mentioned earlier, these rounds going against what we would statistically expect from Ground Zero. So far it has been a little bit of a dodgy performance, but of course still a big window for them to turn it around.
Aldrin destroyed. Shock dart from Seiko's got to miss the mark. Another one way on that showers, but Ground Zero haven't even been trying to attempt really pushing through the... 1 minute remaining.
Calmsy there to try and hold through that little pixel back in the smoke. Eventually finds one. And Zenkoke, of course, taken off the board. 4 on 4s. There's only 30
seconds left.
Notic struggling to enter in towards the site. Ground Zero should be able to get the plan down, but holding onto it will be a whole nother story. The neural theft will come through, spotting out. Notic trying to hold on. Spike finally secured. Ground Zero able now to back off. Still a 4 on 4 as the res comes through. Question is, can he hold on? Oh my, Calmsy with another in this round. Kane opening wide, finds the double. That's 3 in the round. Kane's still looking to try and find more, but there's only 2 left for Notic. The round surely will be heading in favor of Ground Zero. But as I say that, Ninum, this is the time to go big. Oh my, but I don't think there's going to be time. Surely, Ninum has to stick it from here. The coverage has to be perfect, but he falls off. Maybe there'll be a second chance to stick, but no, ordered through the smoke. Oh my, this round has been insane. Seiko hasn't got any time regardless. The bomb explosion will take them both out. 7-2 the score.
What a crazy, hectic round. 7-2. Ground Zero not gonna give up just yet. They'll fight back as hard as they can, and sometimes you've just got to scrape by a couple of rounds. Messy, doesn't have to be clean. What's intriguing though is you look at the bottom 2 fraggers on Ground Zero this particular game. Autumn and Disco, 3-9 and 0-8. It just goes to show you that sometimes you can have bad games, even your top players. I mean, Disco and Autumn were top fragging the first 2 maps of this best of 3 series, and now they're bottom fragging. It can happen to anyone. Ninum, of course, had a bit of a lackluster Haven, but is now back to their best. Trophy gun destroyed. Definitely don't want to be losing that operator inside of showers. Take the fight where You're going to be better suited for the operator.
Shock dart.
Minute now left in this round. Spike. Bouncing back and forth between mid. It looks like now Ground Zero are dedicating to the rotate around towards A. Still 10 agents left in the server. And of course, Ninum holding the fort on A. Holding this angle in towards short. This is going to be very, very scary if the utility isn't inch perfect from the attack. Ninum swinging wide. Oh my, this could be very, very bad. Ninum, that's one Hunter's Fury, does a lot of damage, but able to dodge it on the second occasion and make it the third as well. Big play there from the Jet in a position to find even more, but misses those shots. In the meantime, it's a 3-on-2, Ground Zero. Spike in hand, but it will be a challenging plant.
Here.
1 HP, but still finds that shot. Oh, that's not even allowed. That is not even allowed. Oh, Disco, 1-on-2. Will be able to maybe stick the spike. Does so. Needs to quickly find this peak. Doesn't. Low on HP. Taken down. No to find the round.
Just dirty from Ninum that entire round. Dodging the Hunter's Fury. Spots the hair above the barrier orb. 8-2 now. Notic certainly still in control, despite Ground Zero finding a couple of rounds. They're definitely being by far the better team here on Bind. A lot of games, so a lot of rounds still to be played though, of course, to see if Ground Zero can bring it back. What's their defense going to look like, Gus? That's the other equation to all of this. Does Ground Zero have a strong defense just like Notic? And the good news as well is Disco's on the board as well with a frag.
Okay, let's get
there are signs there for Ground Zero. Second last round of the half.
This goes here.
More to play out after this.
Battle of the snipers towards bars. Clutchy needs to be careful, taking on the Jet, of course. Gets away with their life, though. And Coco, meanwhile, aggressive towards B long. Ground Zero. Having a look ahead. Seeing if they can find an opening. Not a whole lot of action so far. Cypher has been taken low, though, for Ground Zero. That's the only real HP taken off the board for any of these players, as we are going to see Ground Zero shaping up for B. Diggy Dog, though, gets the opener, and that could make this plan a little bit more challenging, even more so now, as Calmsy finds the second.
5-on-3. Notic still with a very strong numerical advantage here. So strong that they can send 2 back over to A just in case there's been a fake push back. Diggy Dog eliminates Go. They get the spike down, but Pixel finds the quick double at the end to conclude the round. And we're 1 round away from concluding the half.
Round in the half.
I'm going to be honest, guys, it feels like we're only a few rounds away from concluding this best of 3.
You echo my thoughts exactly. I was thinking of saying it, but you took the words straight out of my mouth, of course. When we head into that second round, or the second half of rounds, that'll give an indication of whether Ground Zero are a decent chance of actually bringing this one back. But keep in mind, if Notic win this round and then win the pistol, basically should find themselves on match point, and then Ground Zero would have to win 10 rounds straight for OT. So it's critical, I feel, that they at least get this round, or then the pistols, otherwise they'll find themselves in real trouble. Ninum is just absolutely untouchable on this side.
I think the biggest thing for Ninum on Haven is that it took so long for Ninum to get the operator in his hands. And that just, for whatever reason, meant it just struggled and it got off to a slow start. Calms is going to hold from elbow. Notic firmly in control again. Whether it's B or A, Ground Zero have just not really been able to hit either side with too much effectiveness. That's a good paint shells to at least force Calmsy away from elbow for the time being, just to try and get closer to the crate. They can now push through hookah. Autumn can literally see the wallbang. And they can get this spike down. Final round of the half, 40 seconds left.
5-on-4, Notic. Playing quite passively. Retake on site. Kane shuts down that attempt though. Frags coming through. Clutchy in the corner. Finds one, but again, another very quick retrade. Leaves it up to Kane, 33 HP against essentially 2 full health enemies. Could be challenging, but the ultimate gives them a slight chance, but it's not quite enough. Notic should hold on.
Or just catches the backside of Seiko. 33 health. Flash goes out. Has another one. Can't win the 1v1 against Ninum, but I think Ninum's out of time altogether here. So Ground Zero will win this round. Clutch indeed from Kane. Perfectly played to just stall out towards the end there. 9-3. Guys, you said that was an important round for Ground Zero. A must win. Now that they go over to defense, the attention has to be turned to this pistol round here. You lose this pistol round and 11-3 is almost a certainty. You win it though. 9-5 makes things just look and seem a bit doable.
Maybe. Of course, Notic have the confidence behind him on the scoreboard heading into these pistols, expecting them to probably play quite aggressively. That said, in the buy phase, they actually are split apart quite a bit, so maybe they'll play it a little bit slower and work some earlier picks. Of course, time will tell. Ninum, the only one to stick on the classic armor as well, so we're going to try and get up close personal teleporter used very early there from Ground Zero. It was actually maybe not the worst play. Either way, they 4-on-4. Spike in mid. It's a 2-2 split for the defense, so Notic should be able to refrag out an A push if they decide to send it sooner rather than later.
I have retrieved the spike.
Yeah, short A, probably the play, especially on this pistol round. Yeah, smokes are going to go out now for a moment. After just watching the spy cam at U-Haul, now he can push through. Tracking dart removed.
Spike planted.
Go now, Clutch D, although Ninum. Jump shot, apparently still a thing even after the nerfs. Ninum perfectly placed shots with the classic. Now upgrades to the Ghost. 3 versus 3. Spike is down, time is running out. Zenkoko still just waiting for a player to push out of showers. Kane, nice little swing onto Ninum. Diggy Dog has to push through, has to get involved. Now is the solo especially. Got no choice. Outnumbered, outgunned. Ground Zero with a clutch pistol round. 2 in a row.
Good round win there. Expecting them now to go 9-5 at the conclusion of this round. And I mean, that's now starting to increase their chances of winning this, of course. And makes it look a little bit more doable. Again, that said, Notic's attack win rate on bind, so they have played 4 times of their last 7 maps, has been 66%. So even if these first few rounds don't quite go their way, we are expecting them to then start mounting a comeback. Just depends how dominant that will be.
Cover going out.
I think the thing for Notic here is, well, you kind of have a free shot in this round. You're not expected to win it. You just want to, rush one site. There's only one on A for Ground Zero, so a lot of the defenders on this push through. Hookah eventually taking some time. Just go to Paranoia. Critical that Notic get a few eliminations early on as that push comes to fruition, but well, they got one. One's not enough. Ground Zero just clean up extensively easily.
Expected result, but this is where it really starts to spice up. Can Notic live up to that win percentage and start stacking the rounds back? Of course, 3rd round in the half, they'll be able to buy. Both teams can go toe-to-toe now.
Well, this is where we expected it to go. 9-5. But then we also said we expect No Tick to take this round, don't we, guys? Which would make it 10-5 and just put the pressure right back onto Ground Zero. They'll be aware of that. 3 on B, 2 on A. Fortunately for Ground Zero, No Tick have chosen B, where they got the majority of their defenders.
Of course, the spike left back towards mid. Ninum may well collect that and swing back towards B. Strong positions established from both teams. Calmsy actually hiding inside of the teleport in a great position to catch someone off guard from A if they decide to use it late to rotate. And I mean, on the topic of rotates, we are now seeing No Tick shift around towards A. A lot of utility dumped by the Cypher, but if they can deal with that, they might be able to get the plant down quite easily. Autumn probing with that grenade, this position. It hasn't been cleared from bars. This could be very dangerous.
Spike planted.
Spike is down though. 5v5 post plant. We don't usually see this too often. Usually frags around then. Autumn hearing Ninum go up onto the double box. Coco at the same time also got Pixel Clutch. He's not sure where it's going to come from. It's Seiko though.
Wait, what?
One player remaining.
What?
One player remaining.
Alright, well.
That happened.
What? I'm so confused.
Bomb defused there by Ground Zero. No Tick. I think we're just too distracted by the frags ensuing over towards short.
Oh, I think we were as well.
Opportunity. Yeah, we're given an opportunity to fire down that defender defusing the spike. Maybe not given the opportunity, the line of sight. So smart play there from Ground Zero. They'll take 3 rounds straight. We saw a big streak of rounds in the first half for No Tick. So if Ground Zero can replicate that, then this margin is only going to continue to shrink.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, this has got all the signs of a throw, doesn't it? Like a classic throw for No Tick. I don't even like saying it, but it just... It's on the cards here. What was it, 7-1? Definitely was 7-2 at some point. Did say, though, that switching at the half and Ground Zero heading over to the defense would potentially be a difference maker, and it is playing out that way right now. 55 seconds remaining. No Tick going to just rotate back through Marketplace. Still 2 over in Showers, though. Going to be late for any sort of B rotate, so I'm not sure really what the plan is right now. They're going to call them back from Showers and have to decide very, very quickly, guys, whether they're going to push through short A or up through Hookah.
30 seconds left.
That time is ticking past quite quickly in this round, and Ninum may well need to head the attack. Great shot there onto Autumn. Takes out the cam as well. Decides it's safer to retreat back to pull out that tracking dart. 15 seconds left now. Ninum needs to head something big here. Trying to find this sniper. Where did they go? Still trying to hunt them down. Oh my word, gets caught off guard. Clutchy finds 4. Despite being distracted there by the jet. That's huge from Ground Zero. No Tick starting to start waking up in the second half.
I mean, Clutchy just living up to his name. Clutch with a 4K in maybe just a round that No Tick should have done a lot better on. Simply because of the fact that Ninum obviously opened up the site with that headshot over towards elbow. Man, round in a row now for Ground Zero. It was 9-2. 9-2, guys.
Shadows traveling.
Oof. Well,
This could be an astronomical throw if No Tick can't finish off the job that they started in the first half. It was a 9-3 first half. 4-0 to Ground Zero in the second half so far. No Tick just struggling on the attack.
I want to know what's changed for them since the last time they've been playing this map.
Well, they've changed
win rate was so strong. Yeah, but their attack win rate has been so strong in the past, so Is it an on-the-day thing? Is it the composition they're versing? It's difficult to tell, but the facts are they are finding it difficult. That said, they secure that plant. It's a 4-on-5 retake. Ground zero. Can they do it again?
Off your feet!
Tough ask.
Here. One down.
Oh, absolutely. Tough ask. Clutch had gotten the headshot of the pixel. At least there was a refrag which we commit him. Fought heavily into this round. They lose the operator. They lose everyone. They lose the round. It's 9-8. When will the madness stop? Ground zero have boarded a train that's headed straight to the finals. There's not many stops left on that destination, guys. I'll tell you that much. No tick are running out of ways to halt it.
Oh, concerning. Of course, they are still in the lead, but it feels like it's a matter of when that Ground Zero do overtake them. Look at that round history. It's damning, that's for sure, but no tick. I'm sure that they can pull something out here. Maybe it's just going to take one round for them to actually win just to get something up, but I think they've forced this round, so it's going to be challenging. They did get the plant down in the last, but weren't able to hold on. They'll be looking to secure it on this occasion and hold off against that post plant.
Right here.
It was a flash that was effective. Nico wasn't affected by it, though. Still, even with the stinger, can't get anything at close range. The round's over. We're tied 9-9. It wasn't a full buy round from No Tick. They did buy a few SMGs and sheriffs, but nothing too extensive in the expensive department. 9-9. My goodness. This best of 3 upper bracket final. Couldn't really go any further unless we had all overtimes in each of the maps. 1-1, 9-9. And look at that streak now. 7 in a row for Ground Zero. It was 9-2. You know what, guys? I'm guarantee you there was someone who was watching, saw 9-2 and was like, you know what? I'm going to go make dinner. This is over. They're going to come back and they're going to see Ground Zero up 10-9.
Might be an early dinner for Ground Zero if they finish this off. Of course, if they win this map, they win the series, they head into the Rise of Valor finals. Only 4 teams can make it. They want to be one of those 4. No Tick still standing in their way. They put up a great fight here on the first few maps. It slipped away a little bit in this second half on Bind, but there's an opportunity. There is a window for them to recover. They just need to grasp it. They need to find something.
This is too close to call, too close for comfort. And then you've got the mental dexterity of, for both of these two, having played all day and all of yesterday. Not only that, but then if you're No Tick, knowing full well you lose this, and what a capitulation. Seiko, at least though, with an opening frag onto Kane.
30
really,
seconds left.
I think what this is highlighted is just how strong defense is on Bind. Ninum gets a frag onto Disco at least. 3 versus 3. Once Senkoko got the refrag, they want to Ninum. Spike's going to go down at the trunk position. Got to check your right side. Clutchy does, but Kamsi was watching U-Haul. And No Tick, not only with the Spike down, but have been winning these 1v1 battles. It just keeps going back and forth, but No Tick have very well maybe got to retake the lead here, 10-9.
Likely that Ground Zero would take the lead in this map for the first time, but it's not meant to be. The best they could do was draw it out 9 apiece, as No Tick now extend that lead back 10-9. Oh, big round from No Tick. Not giving
First
Ground Zero
attacking round win on Bind.
Yep.
Took this long.
They're patient. That's all it is. They're just patient. They just want to give us a good show. 100%.
Well, 10-9. No Tick do get to double digits first. 9-2 was the scoreline at one point in the first half. Autumn. Nice swing out from Ninum. Fast. Can actually take the operator as well, which is bad news for ground zero. Pretty bad news enough that you've lost Autumn in that. Maybe the B site's about to be overrun through Hookah. Disco just holding on in this little cubby. Digidog has made his way over to elbow. Otik just finding good position now on the B site.
Pixel with a nice pick onto Disco. Is this another round win for Notic? Is this their opportunity now to edge closer towards that match point? All signs are showing that it is. Clutchy though. They do. Oh, surely not. Like being secured, can Clutchy deny it? Oh my, surely not. Surely not. This is not happening right now. Notic. It's just the stage left in a 1 or 2 Xenox. What went wrong?
Well, it's not what went wrong, it's what went right, and that was Clutchy.
30 seconds left.
Who has had some very clutch moments. Here on Bind especially. Pixel can of course revive, and he's going to bring back up Digidog. Guys, immediately Kane gets the double. 10-10.
Oh. That goes there. This goes here.
Good job of the Cypher holding onto site. Critical pick there onto the spike planter, and the rest of the team playing off that in the end. Ground Zero now looking to lead this map for the very first time. Is it possible though? That is the question.
Headshot from Disco onto Pixel. Looking to take the lead for the first time here on Blind, all the way up at 10-10. Disco even getting on the board too. 5-3 now. No ticket, a severe disadvantage. Unfortunately for Notic, this would be a disastrous way to bow out of the upper. The fortunate side of it, though, is of course they will drop down into the lower bracket. It's not day over, it's not tournament over territory. Doesn't mean they will have to play another best of 3. Ninum flash. Bladestorm still active. Flashed again behind the truck. There's one at U-Haul for Ground Zero who's about to get the Cypher. Walking on by. That's Senkoko. Now the cage though. Kamzi goes down. Has the spike in hand. Second one here on the Seiko will confirm the round flawlessly for Ground Zero. 11-10. First lead of the map confirmed.
1 round away now for match point, series point, and a finals position for Ground Zero. As we mentioned, it's the first time here on Bind that they have actually had a lead. And look at that round history. It's a sea of red in the first half. Not so much though in the second. 3 ults on the board for Ground Zero, so maybe they can play off that to help extend this lead. Seiko, the only one for Notic. Hunter's Fury in hand, which could prove critical, but without any on board, it might be a challenge here for Notic on the attack.
Bomb buddy out.
Over in showers. 3 close by into Hookah. Spike still down at Marketplace. Notic. Got to try something a bit different here now. Although, to be fair, they've tried a whole bunch. They've tried A, they've tried B. Just credit to Ground Zero, their defense has been impeccable. Obviously, both defenses impeccable on Blind. Notic winning 9 rounds on their defense. As it stands right now, Ground Zero have won 8 on their defense.
Off your feet!
There's going to be an 8 push here, guys.
50 seconds on board. Seiko, that Hunter's Fury does, in fact, have an impact in this round, but Clutchy finds one back on Disco as well, joins the party. 3 on 3. Clutchy, that's 2 in the round. Rotate comes through the teleporter though. How much time do Notic have? Is it realistic for him to go for
10
his plant?
seconds left.
In a 1v3, it might go down, but surely Ground Zero can take the round.
Pixel's going to be eliminated, and that's now match point for Ground Zero. What a turnaround. It really is a game of two
Match
halves
point.
sometimes, Valorant, and this is a good showcase for that, and it's why you don't count out teams based off one half. That's why I said, even when it was 9-2, that at the half, when we switch, we could easily just about see Ground Zero do the same defense. And they've done that. And they've done it even better than Notic to a degree. Look at the start as well to Notic's defense. They were up 5-0. Then they were up 9-2. Since then, it's been 1-10. And now, match point Ground Zero. They are one round away from heading to the finals here for Rise of Valor. Notic on the verge of being sent down to the lower bracket final.
Drone sent out. Intel has been found for Ground Zero. It's looking like it will be an A push from Notic. Kane in heaven. Trying to hold the fort. Scoping in, ready for an engagement. Zen Coco a little bit closer towards truck. Phantom in hand. Smokes go down. So the push is coming through. Can Notic take a round back? That's the question.
Big brag to Kane. Shot up from Zen Coco towards Showers. There's only one in there. Pixel finds a second one on the clutch sheet. Ninum gets Zen Coco. And despite the fact that they haven't quite got the strongest economy in this round, frags coming out on the side of Notic. We've got quite a few, though, inside a U-Haul. Autumn finds one with a satchel onto Kamsi. Boombot can go towards Showers. This round's not over yet. Spike is down, but Autumn can still win it from here. Headshot onto Diggy Dog. Can't get the flicker out of the two at U-Haul. Disco in a 1 versus 2. Fakes the defuse. Slowly walks up. And he get one? No. Oh, Ninum just keeps the composure. 11-12, but still match point for Ground Zero.
1 round away from the conclusion of regulation. 2 possible results. If Notic win the round, we head to overtime. Lead by 2 rounds. If not, Ground Zero will take the map, take the series, and secure themselves the 3rd position out of 4 in the Rise of Valor finals. A lot riding on this round. Looks like we're going to see the spike rotated from B, maybe back towards A. It's a 3-stack from Ground Zero on that site, though. And a lot of utility dumped towards B. So either way, this will be a challenge for Notic. That said, the last round for them was quite positive. Can Kane hit the shot? This is huge. Oh my, that's Ninum taken down as well. Ground Zero, they're in a great position now.
Yeah, that's huge. Ninum has been fragging out here on Bind, has something like 26 kills. So you're not only taking out the top fragger of Notic, but now you're up 5-4 in the round. Minute 6 seconds remaining. How does Notic turn this round specifically around? Well, how about that? You could just pick Sage and resurrect Ninum. How about that?
Get out of my way.
Ninum's back up. Bladestorm activated. You could hear that being used. Autumn has a showstopper though. Shock Dart just barely missing Autumn over at U-Haul. That one also just going to miss as well. It's looking like it's set up for an A push, guys.
35 seconds left on the board. No impact on site yet though for Notic. They need to consider a rotate or get a push going in towards A. They're going to take the first approach. Rotate over towards B. Cypher traps have already been deployed. They'll need to be mindful of that time. Still ticking down. Disco picks up 1. That's Ninum gone once again in this round. Can Ground Zero hold on?
Spy Cam's going to be useful here. Clutchy has one right on the other side of this. Could get 2 of them, to be honest. Gets 1, gets 2! It's been the Clutchy show on Bind. He knows there's more in Hooker as well. 5 seconds left. Spike's down. It's all over. Ground Zero going on through to the finals. 13-11 win.
Defenders win.
And even the announcers are in sync with that one, Guz. What a performance. What a comeback. Congratulations to Ground Zero as they move on through to the finals here for Rise of Valor. And they can finally have a bit of a break. A bit of a breather.
Oh, we can have a little bit of a breather after that map as well. But again, congratulations to Ground Zero. Fantastic performance from them. And on top of that, they get the monkey off the back. They finally win a best of 3. It didn't look like it was going to be theirs to win. That third map on Bind, as we said, really a map of 2 halves. No tick in the second half, struggling massively on that attack, but Ground Zero did extremely well. Clutchy. It felt like we were saying his name every second round. That was insane.
Yeah.
That one round in particular where he denied that plant was huge, and that really steamrolled the momentum for the rest of that map. Ninham, for example, played quite well on top of that too, but unfortunately that second half was shut down, and of course that last round shut down twice. So Ground Zero, I think, are probably the rightful victors in that best of 3, and no tick. They head back down now to that lower bracket final for their second and final chance.
Yeah, definitely. So just having a look at the bracket quickly myself, it looks like it will be Mind Freak as they have defeated Rip and Tear. Mind Freak have ran the gauntlet. More than that, though, as we go to a break on the other side, our lower bracket final will be there between No Tick and Mind Freak.
Welcome everyone, my name is Tolga. I'm a live caster at Twitch. It's going to be absolutely amazing, and I cannot wait to see this goddamn place.
Is insane. The colors,
the colors are...
the huge LED screen. Every esports stream. Honestly, the PCs here are amazing.
Hey guys, it's Fangetta. As you know, gaming is all about community. That's why I'm working with Alienware to thank you guys for staying at home and doing your part. Remember, just because we can't always be together doesn't mean we can't play a part together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rise of Valor. I'm just going to say, obviously, here, sorry for the wait. Unfortunately, we've had some issues. We've just got word that, unfortunately, NoTick are unable to compete in the lower bracket final tonight after an unfortunate family emergency. So after consulting with both teams to find another time before the finals to reschedule the match, we were unable to find a suitable time. And so NoTick have, unfortunately, forfeited from the tournament. That does mean that Mind Freak, after a battle running through the gauntlet, the lower bracket, will be going through to the finals. So that's the official statement regarding the matter. Again, apologies for the delay there, but had to obviously get through and make sure that we get the right result here towards the end of the day for the last chance qualifier. Just got attacked by a bug there. my LED light just distracts them. Yeah, unfortunately there for NoTick, which is... It feels a bit bad. Obviously for Mind Freak, they won, end up, 5 games, guys, through the lower bracket run. So they probably feel like they've had enough anyway, and they'll be happy to just go through to the finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Mind Freak. Of course, the circumstances aren't the best, but sometimes that's outside of your control. So that means, of course, that we do have our top 4, Xenox.
Yeah, so let's go have a look at the standings to highlight where we are at now in the competition. Of course, 4 teams remain from today's games, though, and today's matches. It is Ground Zero, Mind Freak that do qualify. They will be joining Team Clan in the finals, which begin on Tuesday. NoTick will take 3rd place, which is $600. Rip and Tear rounded out the top 4 from today, $400. $300 a piece for Magic 5 and Kanga Esports. And then Direwolves and Fury rounding out the top 8, $200 a piece there. And you can even actually see it there on the standings. 5 map wins for Ground Zero, 5 map wins for Mind Freak, and for NoTick, 4 map wins, unfortunately, for them. So can't, unfortunately, delve too much further into that, as we also then look at the other end of the bracket to finish off the last chance qualifier. All the teams that did miss out on the prize money, guys, from Upper Yip Yip down to Crack and White.
Unfortunate for those bottom teams, probably not the result that they would have liked. A couple of notable names and orgs in there as well that might be a little bit disappointed at that result, but that's what it is. The results are finalized, so there's not much they can really dwindle on now. They'll be looking ahead to future tournaments, spend some time scrimming, whatnot, practicing to try and refine their play style for the future.
Yeah, of course, the finals will be kickstarting over on Tuesday, guys, which we've got Team Launch, we've got ExoClan, Mind Freak, and I'm already gone blank on one of them, Ground Zero. I don't know how I almost forgot that. We just literally had it on a screen. Give us your thoughts before we wrap up the last chance qualifier as we eventually head towards the final series.
For sure. I think heading into the finals, the favorites for me, and I'm sure the favorites for most, are probably going to be EXO and Launch, not too far behind, but we have seen teams like Ground Zero on broadcast put in some really gutsy efforts, which might be what it takes to get them over the line. That said, it's really any team's game. The top 4 should be super close in competition, and I'm sure that will show up in the final series.
Well, that's us done for today. Unfortunately, not the best way to go out, but it is what it is. Congratulations to the 4 that made it to the finals: Mind Freak, Ground Zero, ExoClan, and Team Launch. Of course, the finals will be kick-starting on Tuesday, so still plenty of Rise of Valor action to be played out in the week to come. Thank you very much, guys. We've had an amazing weekend together. I'll be back on Tuesday, and I hope to see you guys there as well.